Go, go, go! Looks like we're almost at the Senelia Basin. It's not as treacherous as the Tyrant. Guess we'll be getting through pretty smoothly this time.
Is it just my imagination, or is that a smidge of disappointment I hear?
Cruz has grown quite a bit hardier, hasn't he?
Might be a use for it.
My. The Norman way of life has much to teach us.
What's up, Draconis? You got any cheese, Draconis? Hope you can hear me, Draco. Okay, mana barrier. Oh, you know what? Okay, no, we're not gonna go.
Close shave there.
I'm good, Draco. Can you hear me on the microphone?
I need to stay alert.
No, I'm not going to.
Mana, gather round.
Nice try, Draco. You can't get me to say silly shit.
Another heap of flotsam. We should be able to push our way through it.
I get you. Let's try putting up a mana barrier.
So, Draconis, you got any cheese?
All right, let's disembark.
Oh, look, chickens. Let's cook them. Thank you, Draco. You know what I actually had tonight? I had something that I've never tried before. Well, it wasn't a food that I tried before because it was tater tots. We've all had them. But I did something that I've never done before with tater tots, which is I dipped them in barbecue sauce. So good. It's like as if tater tots wasn't good enough before. Barbecue sauce just makes them even better.
Let's catch our breath.
Are you going to sleep? Damn it, why can't I kill the goat? Let me kill the goat!
How's that? Run away!
Damn it, he should be barbecued by now. Can I kill the chicken?
Run away!
Damn it, I can't kill the chicken. Damn it, I wanted some barbecue. Night, Draco. Six buried treasure, 3 treasure chests, 1 more trap point. Well, here's one of the treasure chests. Gee, that's for catching tuna at sea. Okay, I see
What's
one of
this?
the hidden chests.
Monosense might come in handy here. Found something!
These parts.
How's that?
Oh, we got. He jumped? What the fuck is he doing? Before we go after him, I am looking to see if there's any more buried treasure.
Mana!
Okay,
I think there's something
another
around
treasure
here.
chest.
Didn't expect this here.
Steely bone. A rank 4 part for crafting. Hold up. Something back by... That might just be the runestone. Yeah, that's just the runestone. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay, so now we gotta go after this one. Gotcha, bitch. Mushroom looking motherfucker. Are there no clusters? Yeah, there's no clusters, okay. Oh, I see you. Defroster, that's for the ship.
Mana! I think there's something around here. Found something!
2,000 gold. I mean, how much gold do we have? 77,000 shit. Okay, that's up to 45%.
Yeah.
He's hiding behind a goat. That I don't think there is. Alright. Where's that? No, there isn't. Alright. We got a croc to kill.
A rare find!
Oh, okay, that was that treasure chest that it was pinging. Okay. Come here, ugly.
Bird Blaze! Bird Blaze! Bird Blaze!
Nice work, Adel!
I want to see something here. 260. Okay, that thing keeps growing. It's the smartest piece of equipment that I could have given him.
I think there's something around here. Didn't expect this here.
Luck elixir?
Burn Blaze! Burn away! Burn away! Burn Blaze! Yeah! Burn Blaze! Burn away! Burn Blaze! Burn Blaze! Burn Blaze!
Nice work, Adel!
Burn Blaze!
One more, where is it?
Burn away!
There we go. That son of a bitch. You know, fucking come here.
Burn Blaze! Burn Blaze! Mana Sense might come in handy here. Burn to ashes, Mana! Didn't expect this here.
Hair kit. Okay, we got all 3 treasure chests and there's only one more buried treasure. Mana Sense might come in handy here.
something!
There we go. That's the last chest. Okay, I think I know how.
Nice breeze!
There we go. But I don't see another travel point. The other living hell? There's gotta be another travel point. Did I simply miss it? Let's see if I missed it. See, mayhaps I missed it. Really weird. Don't think I missed it. But if I didn't miss it, unless it's over here. Huh. Didn't miss it. That's really weird.
And we're off! Let's make tracks!
Yeah, I don't see anything. speedy little bastard. Okay. So, let me see if I can make level 1s. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Huh? All right.
Looking good. Here, let me help. Let's do this.
Ready and... Yes! Pulled in a big one.
This might be a new one. No, it is not a new one.
Huh?
off the medium
Show
size
me what
bait.
you got, brother.
Got a bite. Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one.
That's a new one. Shit. Alright, just use the regular bait then.
Got a bite. Looking good. Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one. I bet we can catch something here.
No, there's nothing left.
Time for a little break.
What does this do?
Tinkering with ships is... Whew, all done. I hope I did a good job. Whew, all done. I hope I did a good job. Yep, that ought to do it.
Oh, yes.
Yep, that ought to do it.
Swift shooting, rapid fire. No, we can't use that.
Whew, all done. I hope I did a good job. Yep, that ought to do it. Anything else? Okay.
Alright, let's see how these animal thingies are doing. Over here, right?
Oh, it's a pickard!
2,500 crystal shards. Okay.
What would you like? A box lunch, then? Can't forget the mise en place. All done. Would you, if you'll excuse me then?
Let's set sail.
Fish it out!
All decked out is gonna take a while. Uh, 30 minutes with mana barrier activated. Okay.
Fish it out!
Think I'll make some bait for later.
Hang on to your hats!
Might be handy. Just gotta bust a path through.
Miss Kaja, we've entered the Senelia Basin.
So this is it then, huh?
I'm sure it's a little late to be asking, but what does the basin part of the name even mean?
Maybe it has something to do with how the nearby land makes a basin-shaped circle around it? That's how it looked when I saw it on the map, anyway.
Actually, I think it refers to an area where there's a flat expanse of seafloor under the water. If the same place were on dry land, we'd probably call it a valley.
It seems like such a lovely place, though. Is it really that difficult to cross?
No, this is
not
the
like
easy
these
part
horse
of the
shows are
journey.
right around the corner either. Some of them are far enough that my take this is what the heck was that? And then just to make it work.
A white whale?
Was I burning my weekends for this?
Could that have
But I was
been
also sacrificing
the white whale?
and it's not like anyone was offering to cover the gas or toss me a ticket.
He sure is. I've heard of him before, but this is the first time I'm seeing him for myself. They say he's lived in this part of the sea for over 100 years. He really is amazing.
Brush me off, saying things like, "Whoa, man, we help each other out."
What was that just now?
It almost felt like an enemy ship pulled up alongside us.
But that's impossible! We're the only ship out here for Chromelia!
Either!
It was the first and only call they'd make. Leaky windows. Hey, gutters blocked. When you have a minute,
White whale spotted off the starboard
needs
beam.
patching up. You know how to do
I
that.
think he's the one that wronged
They
us.
see me as a free handyman. And I'm not even
What?
exaggerating. I can't remember the last time they called an actual repair guy for anything because, well, why pay someone when they
Skeeter!
There's this one time where
Addle, avoid the whale's attacks as best you can while we press onward.
they called
Try
me
to
out
be careful,
and
Addle.
they're panicking, telling me to drop
The
everything.
waters up ahead get narrow, so you won't have
I
much space to maneuver.
waste half my day wrestling with plumbing and finally get it sorted out. You'd think
Hogan
maybe
is
I'd
directing
get
us
a
east northeast. We'll just have to press on as quickly as possible. All hands to
They
stations!
acted like it was my
Addle,
job to deal with it.
you have the
And
helm.
then they just went on like nothing happened. Honestly, it wasn't just exhausting. It was starting to get downright insulting. I didn't mind helping out now and then, but this was nonstop. And they weren't even seeing it as a favor anymore. They were seeing it as something I owed them. And keep in mind, all of this was still going on while they're asking me for that insane $350
It almost got us!
Is everyone okay?
A direct hit from that thing and we're sunk for sure.
I actually added up the hours I spent doing stuff with them in a week. Between the drives, the repairs, and just general helping out stuff, I was easily
Hang on to your hats!
10 hours every week just for them. And that's on top of my actual job. If I was getting paid for it,
Okay,
I'd get a decent
let's
side
pick up
hustle.
the pace!
But no, all that time was just expected. They never once
Ooh, a new island. Maybe we can land there.
It's like they were trying to squeeze as much as they could out of me.
He almost got us!
And it wasn't like I had to try to point out everything I was doing. I laid it all out for them. Hoping they'd see reason and maybe back off the ridiculous red flag. But they just brushed it off like it was nothing. They even had
Ours for the
audacity to
taking.
say, and you don't like
Suck
it,
on
then
this.
you should consider moving out. At this point, it felt like they were using me. They saw that
We made it this far. Just gotta keep it up.
It was like they just saw dollar signs. They didn't see that.
The white whale is lying in wait up ahead, right in front of Ravos Island.
All they cared about was that I could give them $350 a week. So in their minds, I should. It didn't matter that I was practically holding the house together.
If we want to get to the next region, we're gonna have to pass right alongside that island. It's almost like he knows we're headed that way, and is blocking off the passage on purpose.
Every single one of them was like, dude, that's insane. They're totally taking advantage of you. Some of them even offered
Our hull won't last much longer like this.
It was weirdly
I don't
validating
get it,
for
though.
someone else because
Never heard of the white whale attacking ships before.
I was the one being unreasonable.
Miss Kaja, I spotted a fishing village on the way here.
For a shared room. Especially
It was on the
downstairs
fallen
with all
island.
the extra stuff
Do
I
you want
was
to stop there and see what the locals have to say?
I realized that this wasn't just
It'll be a bit out of our way.
It was like they didn't
It seems
really
it's our best
think
bet.
it was an accident. They just
Addle,
expected it.
make
I
for
was
Fallen
looking at
Island.
the handyman and chauffeur rolled into one. I was putting
Doesn't
it
seem like we're being followed.
appreciating
Guess
it.
he plans on sticking by that island.
Damn it, white whale! Why you gotta do us like that?
Maybe that's the place it calls home?
Don't get me wrong.
Anyway, let's head for Fallen Island.
Felt like they didn't care about me as much as they cared about what they could get out of me. They saw me as a source of money and labor, and that was it. They didn't see the sacrifices I was making and the time I was putting in. It's like they forgot I was their kid, and not some cash machine they could squeeze whenever they needed a few bucks. for a free repair job. So yeah, I was starting to get real fed up. The whole situation was weighing on me, and I knew something had to give. I just wasn't sure.
Never thought I'd see a white whale with a short fuse. More of a monster than an animal, really.
He's said to belong to a species that drifted over here long ago from a region inhabited by other gargantuan beasts. By all accounts, they were tranquil, intelligent creatures that would never attack humans. So why?
Hey, Shield Brother, what are you so smiley about? We were this close to being dead meat.
I mean, I get where he's coming from. That thing ruled. Almost makes me want to see it again up close.
Jeez, not you too, Gren.
Now that's a fine catch.
Did I drop my hairbrush? Here you go, Karja. It must have fallen off on the landing. It's a real cute beret, by the way. I'm guessing it's special to you?
You could say that, yeah. Not too sure I get what you mean by cute, though.
Karja? I know! Let's have a makeover session next time you're free! Imagine how much fun it'll be to doll you up! Oh, I'm getting fired up just thinking about it!
Fun, huh? You weren't losing me before, you sure are now. But fine, I'll play along. You ready to teach me everything you know, Rosa?
With pleasure!
Repairs around the house. I thought that giving them a heads up would help them realize how much I actually did for them. And you know what? When I told them, they didn't even seem phased. Like, they just shrugged it off as if it didn't matter. I think they thought I was bluffing.
What's wrong, buddy? You got some blockage on the poop deck?
Huh? No! I was thinking about the Sandras. These make plenty of fixes and improvements. But that monosail thing is on a whole other level. Too bad us normal folk can't use it. Kinda gets to me, honestly.
You wish you had mana powers too, huh? I get you, man. How's about we start training together then? We'll start every morning and every night with 100 practice swings on the deck, followed by 50 laps up and down the crow's nest.
No way I'm doing that! How's training supposed to get us mana anyway?
First time, I didn't feel like I had to do stuff just because they expected me to.
Hey! Take the helm for me!
My siblings to school. No more random repair jobs around the house. No more having to pay for things I barely used. It was just me and my girlfriend, splitting bills fairly, and no one treating me like an ATM. Now, here's where things get interesting. After a week or so of moving, I started noticing some missed calls and texts from insurance. At first, I ignored them, figuring it was just them checking in, but they kept coming, one after another, like they were getting more desperate. It was all these little messages like, hey, can you help us out with this? Or, are you coming to drive your siblings to school? They really thought I'd keep doing all that even after moving out. I don't know if they thought I'd be coming by every day or something, but it was clear they still didn't get it. Eventually, my mom called, and I picked up just to clear the air. She was like, hey, so when are you going to swing by to help with the bills?
What can I get you?
A second to process what she was asking. I mean, did she not remember the part where I said I was done covering their bills? I told her, I'm not paying for any more of your
Anything
bills.
else safe, Trap?
Now, that's the whole point. She tried to pull this guilt thing, saying stuff like, well, you know we relied on that help, but I wasn't buying it. I told her straight up, I gave you 2 months' notice. If you're struggling, maybe it's time you figured out a way to handle it without me. After that call, reality seemed to settle in for them. I didn't hear much for a while, but I knew that they'd eventually come back with another request. They wouldn't keep going without trying to get something out of me. I don't know. There was something weirdly satisfying about being able to say no. It was the first time in years I'd put my foot down, and I didn't feel bad about it. I felt good, actually. Like, for once, I was standing up for myself and not bending over backward to meet their demands. The best part was just having time to myself again. I didn't realize how much stress and time I'd lost because of everything I was doing for them. And it's not like I hate my family or anything, but the way they just took me for granted, it made me realize that I needed to look out for myself. No one else was going to do that for me, that's for sure. After a few days of ignoring more missed calls and messages, I got one last text from my dad, and it just said, I thought we were family. And you know what? That got to me for a minute. It stung, because, yeah, we're family. They weren't acting like it, but they were treating me like an endless supply of cash and labor. I sat there thinking, would they do the same for me if roles were reversed? And honestly, I wasn't sure they would. So I didn't respond. I was done with the games, done with the manipulation, and done with the guilt trips. I had my own life to live now, and I was going to make the most of it. It's funny how people only start appreciating what you do when you stop doing it. Alright, so I've been out of my parents' place for a while now, living with my girlfriend, just doing my thing. It's honestly been great not having to deal with their constant demands. My days have felt longer, if that makes any sense. Like, without having to drive my siblings around, cover bills, and handle random repairs, I suddenly have this weird thing called free time. And I'll be real, I got used to it real fast. But then one day,
Welcome to...
my phone starts blowing up. I'm talking multiple missed calls and texts, all from my mom. I figured it had to be something serious, because she normally doesn't blow up my phone like that unless there's an emergency. I finally answer, and right off the bat, she's panicking.
Those are top-shelf goods you just bought.
The washing machine leaked, so...
Those are top-shelf goods you just bought.
She's going on and on about...
Those are top-shelf goods you just bought.
Now, old me. I'd probably have dropped everything and headed over. But the new me, I was thinking, this isn't my problem anymore. I mean, I gave them 2 months' notice before I left, and I warned them I wasn't going to be their handyman forever.
I'm still... Your coins always...
I was clear as day about my plans and everything I was dropping, so I take a deep breath and told her, look, I'm not available to come fix it, but if you need a hand, I'm happy to give you some recommendations for repair guides. You'd think I'd suggested she burn the house down or something. She's like, I can't believe you're just abandoning us like this. You know your dad can't do this kind of work with his back issues. And okay, look, I get it. My dad's got his herniated disc and all, but it's not my fault they didn't plan ahead. They just assumed I'd always be there to fix everything for free. So, I tell her, well, I don't have to anymore. If you want me to come out and handle it, I'm happy to. But I charge $27 an hour now. And just to be nice, I even offer a discount, $17 an hour, because, hey, they're family. I could have gone full rate and made them really feel it. But I thought that was pretty generous. I'm not some professional repair service, but I've got the skills. And honestly, $17 an hour is a bargain.
What should I do next? All prepped and ready.
She's screaming into the phone, calling me selfish, ungrateful, saying I owe them for everything.
Break time's over.
She even throws in, after everything we sacrificed, this is how you repay us. And that hit her, not gonna lie. Everything they sacrificed, we paid for bills, doing repairs, running my sibling. And now they think they're saints for letting me live in a room I shared with my brother for $350 a week. I told her flat out, look, I don't owe you anything. I've been helping out for years, doing everything you asked without question, and you wanted to charge me more than I pay for a place of my own. You made it clear I wasn't part of the family. You turned me into a walking ATM and a handyman on call. She just went silent, probably shocked that I'd actually said it. There was this long, awkward pause, and I thought maybe that was the end of it. But then she starts up again, saying how they're in a tight spot. My dad can't work, money's tight, blah, blah, blah. And I get it. Life's hard for everyone right now, but that doesn't make it my responsibility. I'm not the one who put them in that situation. I'm barely scraping by myself, working full time just to pay bills and build up a little savings. They could have made different choices, you know. So I told her, I'm sorry you're struggling, but you've got options. Either pay someone to fix it or handle it yourselves. And she just kept pushing, trying to guilt trip me, asking, how can you be so heartless? We're family. But to me, it's not about being heartless. It's about boundaries. They pushed, I pushed back, and now they're dealing with the fallout. At some point in the call, I actually started feeling pretty bad. Like this was my mom, and they clearly needed help. And I couldn't just cave in, or they keep calling this crap over and over again. They had to learn that I wasn't going to be there permanently. I'd given them my time, my money, and my energy for years, and it was never enough. Every time I helped out, they just asked for more. Then she goes one last part. She says, your brother and sister miss you. They don't understand why you won't help us out. They feel abandoned. I could remember this crack of it. She put me on. It was like she was trying to hit me where it hurt.
Shield up! That should help.
They're not the ones who put me in this situation. But I also knew that if I came down, my parents would just use them as leverage every time they wanted something. So I took a deep breath and told her, I'm always here for my brother and sister if they need them. I can't keep putting myself myself last just
What a great find!
He wanted me to be an adult, pay adult rent, and take on adult responsibilities, right? Well, this is me being an adult and sitting there. He just hung up.
Go!
Just dead silence.
I think we can drop anchor at that island.
Feeling a mix of anger, guilt, and honestly,
All right, let's disembark.
quietly stood up for myself, even though it felt crappy. It also felt right. After that, I kept getting texts from both my mom and dad. Some were angry, some were guilt-tripping. And I didn't respond to any of them. Wait, that door, they just cried for every now and again. So I looked at them. And they're now. Looking back, I can see how they probably never thought I'd actually do it.
Let's catch our breath.
They never thought I'd stop doing things for them because, well, I'd always been the one to keep the peace and help them. It only takes so much, you know. Final update. Alright, so here I am, living my life, pretty settled into my new place with my girlfriend. We were pretty good about things. No surprise, my parents are seeing me look at my phone from time to time. Guilt-tripping texts, missed calls, works. I'm ignoring it. I'm moving on. And I'm not about to go crawling back to fix every little thing they can get me. Then, one day, I get this text from my mom.
I bet we can catch something here.
It almost made me laugh out loud. He's going on about how the house is
Okay,
falling apart.
let's give it a shot.
How they're struggling to keep up with everything that he's fixing in between. She even threw in something about how my dad's back is worse than ever. But didn't really need someone to help him out. Apparently, he's thinking the gutters are clogged and the sink's dripping like crazy. There's even some problem with the toilet. And I guess my mom was freaking out about the water bill going up. So
Go fight it! Looking
I get
good!
packing up my tool bag and heading over there without a second thought.
Alright!
All I could think was, hey, maybe they should have thought about this. They could charge me $350 a week to share a bedroom with my brother.
Here, let me help.
I texted back saying,
Let's do this!
Ready, yeah? I'll even give you the family discount.
Yes! Pulled in a big one!
If you want me to come fix stuff, that's the deal. You replied with this long message about how family shouldn't have to pay family. And after all we've done for you, this is how you were feeling. I didn't even bother reading the whole thing. I can just imagine her standing there, acting like I'd somehow be crazy. I refused how running every time something broke. It's funny how they thought they could things like hired help, and then suddenly when they talk about family loyalty. Anyway, I ignored it. I figured they had to call a professional.
Here, let me help.
And I felt pretty good about sticking to my
Let's do this.
But then, a couple of days later, my sister
Looking good.
was actually crying, telling me she and my brother were just my parents were constantly ranting about how I abandoned them and left them to deal with everything alone. She says they have to take the bus everywhere now. The whole house is falling apart. She just wants them to go in it. Now that got to me a bit. It's not my siblings' fault that my parents are so entitled. They're just stuck in the middle of it. And I get it.
Go fight it!
So I told my sister I was sorry, and I reminded her that this is my responsibility. I had to look out for myself, or I'd just be miserable. And for free when my parents took me to drink. She tried to argue, but I think she knew there wasn't much point. I promised her that she or my brother never needed anything.
That went well!
Their go-to guy for every little thing my parents didn't want to handle. And yeah, it sucked, but it also felt like a necessary reality check for everyone. A week or so after that, my mom sent me another text. This one was a lot shorter. She basically said, "We're hiring someone to handle the repairs. Don't worry, we'll manage without you." And even though I knew it was meant to be some kind of guilt trip, I couldn't help but feel a bit of relief. It was like, finally, they were accepting that I was coming back to save the day every time something went wrong. I found out later from my sister that they actually hired someone to do all the stuff I used to do. And guess what? Apparently they were shocked by how much it all cost. They had to pay for the gutter cleaning, plumbing fixes, all the random stuff that had piled up. They did it themselves. And my parents were reaching out. Here we were, acting like $350 a week. Nothing, but they were demanding it from me. They had to pay actual professionals for the same stuff. They finally realized just how much all that work was worth. And the thing is, I probably could have it all way cheaper if they just treated it with a bit of respect and not as something that can't be did or owed them for everything. The best part, my dad actually sent me a message a few days later saying something like, you know, we're starting to to realize just how much you did right here. We didn't mean to make you feel like you were taking advantage. It's one of those things. I could tell they were feeling the heat. They didn't think they'd ever need me. And now they were making
Monosense might come in handy here.
So yeah, I learned something big here. Sometimes people don't appreciate what you're doing for them until they have to pay someone else to do it. They just assumed I keep doing everything for free. I didn't. They were just faced with reality is what was actually hard to since then, things have been quiet. Still text me now and then. It's nothing like friends are begging for help. Just the occasional message.
Didn't expect this here. What's this?
And maybe they're starting to respect my mountain, even if they don't like it. Looking back, when I stood up for myself, it wasn't easy, and yeah, I felt bad at times, especially
Seems kind of tough.
it was necessary. I just but I would have been stuck in this. So, lesson learned. Don't fight the hand that fixes your leaky road. Sometimes people only appreciate what they've got when it's gone. Honestly, I'm okay with that.
Mona!
Absolutely no smoking nuts. Last, it says on your phone, I shouldn't have to pay. I know about you. So if you want to know the reason why first was from the moment you used it, it's just one problem. It's a mess everywhere. That's what they know. It smokes inside, but no, I mean, that's no no. Nice work,
Adol!
So I tell you, respect my space. You don't have to lie somewhere else instead. Settle for a bit. Last week, I don't have to fight to buy groceries or something. I'm like, what? He says, well, let's spend all this cash. That was it. Run away! Run away! Run away!
How's that? I think there's something around here.
As police don't tend to look close to what the sun and the societal response is as such. Like it is something that change it. Like the strong engine. I see how would I get out of it?
Mona!
I've changed lots of breaks anything, it's not. It's not having no sense of it's even because I shouldn't have to make sure that respect me. But that is as far as your charity should go. It's almost everything.
Mona!
So, as he disrespected you can tell everybody who says you should let him stay that they don't know their rules here and haven't offered him to stay. I've already made it black in front of most family members. I don't know what they're going to tell me, which they have already said earlier. And Tina, I guess at some point he used the phrase, my house and my rules, and that's a sort of let's go away. Okay, it most definitely did. Oh, did he moved out today.
Drop anchor! We're going ashore!
The process was surprisingly peaceful. The last post, I think I told him he didn't talk. I braced myself. What he said was totally unexpected and well.
I bet we can catch something here.
Respect I've shown him, and he was never going to contact me again.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
I told him if he needed help in the future, he could contact me, but he must have under some conditions. He stopped and said he was leaving soon and didn't talk to me again. He left today. As I said earlier in the first post, he kept me at and had most of his possessions in storage. He didn't tell me where he was going and didn't communicate. All I was totally with. The toxic part of my life was being erased. I'm feeling a different kind of freedom, which I haven't felt even after I left home. Where he goes now is none of my concern, although I would have liked
All right,
to know where
let's
he goes.
go.
Oh well, this is the update. Maybe
Drop anchor! We're going ashore!
I am very relieved how this played out. Nice and cool responsible. Respectful. These top comments.
I bet we can catch something here. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Actually, I'm glad that it was a peaceful exit.
Show me what you got, brother.
Gotta bite. All right.
Good. Let's do this. Here, let me help.
Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one.
I mean, that's a different type of crab.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Gotta bite it. This is...
Show me what you got, brother.
Gotta bite it. This is... Okay, let's give it a shot. Gotta bite it. Whoops. All right. Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one.
Show me what you got, brother.
Gotta bite it.
Looking good. Here, let me help. Let's do this. Looking good.
Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one.
Two triggers, yes, two clusters, one very trigger.
Should be a good spot to rest. Fertile place! Fertile place! Yeah!
I apologize. I hope that that's not it. It's not that you don't. That this probably wasn't why I thought that I would fight back by a mistake during the movement. So I don't know stuff like that. I told him I don't want to stop being very happy. Not like everything else. Editing for that. How you felt about this, I apologize for making you feel so poorly and validate. I understand why you feel bad, and I should have thought about how this might feel before I said it, and I'm considering eating the only trip out loud. During the conversation, I thanked him for telling me how he was feeling, and thanked him for telling me how he wouldn't have to be here. So I offered to have a steak, and I also let him know I don't want to feel a regular thing. Gotcha! I know sharing meals together is important. Yes. But it did not help him. I was just back and wanted to have a steak together with him. See, I won't stop. And then I set up the Sarah. That would be a conversation. I haven't so I thought that I didn't know this was the thing so bad. I thought that that restaurants that don't have any other matchups. I don't think I completely understand why you're expecting. That's not what this movie is. I'm just wondering what the best movie is. I also I didn't think about how much blast off! Gotcha!
Seems kind of tough.
I know that's a thing. I don't take responsibility for the things I'm doing wrong. All I do is focus on what I'm doing wrong. I don't talk about the things that I need to fix about myself. I don't talk about tell him now, and I can send it to you. He asked how else I could feel it, and I shared that I was stuff that's family and friends stuff. It wasn't really discussion. How will things work? Switch!
One more of each.
Monosense might come in handy here. Didn't expect this here.
Okay, that's what you all did on each other, right?
How's that? That same day, he was going to drive about an hour away to spend the weekend with his best friend. He talked a few weeks prior, and I said I wasn't going to work that day so I could prepare for the trip, and we agreed we'd hang out that day, but never firmed up any plans or times. We went out to dinner, and I asked him what time he was planning to leave on Friday to drive to his friend's house. It was a genuine question with no feelings or anything attached. He replied between 3 and 5 p.m. I don't know what I was expecting him to say, but when he told me 3:05, I realized I felt bad because I wanted him to to spend that time with me leading up to my flight, and maybe take me to the airport or something. I never expressed this to him previously. We didn't talk about it yet. In that moment, I told him I felt unconsidered and I wished he would have considered me. I screwed up because I should have told him I wanted to hang out leading up to my flight instead of saying I felt unconsidered. But at the same time, I don't know if I would have felt comfortable telling him red time and change his plans. I'm not sure how he would have received that. Maybe not. He got really upset. I tried explaining why I felt unconsidered, and immediately his body language changed. He pushed himself back in his chair a little, made me smirk, scoffed, and started interrupting. I got frustrated and heated and told him not to interrupt me when I was trying to explain my feelings, and I could see he's about to get defensive. I was definitely triggered by his change in demeanor and his attempt to interrupt me. I thought to myself, not again, not this time. Stand up for yourself and make sure you get to share your feelings. He got even more upset that I assumed he was going to get defensive, and he got upset I wouldn't let him interrupt me. He said he did consider me. His plan to leave between 3 and 5 was confirmed, and if I missed that interrupt me, this big fight wouldn't have happened. He said my feelings were improved, simply based on an incorrect assumption I made. The assumption I made was that he didn't consider me, and that his plans to leave between 3 and 5 were firm. He told me he just pulled that time frame out of the air and it wasn't firm. He didn't have dinner plans with his friend yet, so it was all flexible. When he explained himself, I thanked him for explaining it. I apologized for assuming he didn't consider me, and I told him I see his perspective. He was really upset with me now. So he explained again what I did wasn't okay. It wasn't okay that, 1, I assumed he didn't consider me, 2, I said, I wish he would have considered me, 3, I called out his body language, and 4, I assumed he was going to get defensive. Second, me saying I wish he would have was a no-no, makes him feel wrong, so I am working hard to not use that phrase before. I failed to stop it. I explained that those were my feelings based on the information I had at the time, and even based on wrong information. It's still okay for me to tell him how I feel first, and then he can set the record straight. Then he can say something like, oh, these plans aren't actually firm. Sorry you didn't feel consented. The plans are flexible. And I can say, okay, sorry for assuming that. I'd like to hang out until I go to the airport. That didn't work for him. He insisted that if I just let him in a little, none of this would have happened. I ended up reiterating his point and apologizing 3 times. Also, over the summer, something similar happened with the whole first. He assumed something incorrect and he was upset about it, and I interrupted him to tell him what the correct information was, and he told me I need to hear him out first before I chime in with the correct information, because his feelings are still his feelings. It's hard to do when I agree. So I wrote a message decision and justification when I should be allowed to tell him how I feel.
Do you even stand a chance?
Suddenly start making little gestures that she had never said before. Like how I wasn't taking care of myself, or that perhaps I should work out or do more around the house. Indeed, I made her feel it. But it seemed like she was not
a rare find!
She would dismiss it. She didn't enough to rub shift in attitude. She would claim that I was being unduly sensitive, that I was only but I was aware of the problem. It was different with the ladies. The ones would spend hours sitting with me discussing our future. She wasn't particularly cool, but there was a certain coldness about her, as if she had already mentally checked out and was merely following the rules. I suppose that as time went on, I began to trust her when she assured me that everything was okay. It was down so insecure I couldn't trust her. At first, years
It's over here.
What's this?
Dismiss my attempts to discuss other choices, such as adoption or surrogacy, by stating that she didn't want to consider them. I'm happy as long as we're together, she would remark, but I never really understood.
All right, let's go.
Persuading herself to go. She suddenly told me that she wants to go on a girls' trip. She had gone on an excursion with her friends before, and I had always encouraged her to do so, so it wasn't strange for her to do so then. She had been talking for a time about wanting to travel to America with her pals, and we lived in Brighton.
I need a break.
So I didn't give it a second thought. I therefore made sure she had everything she needed, assisted her with packing, and drove her to see her. I recalled her final words before she departed. Thank you for being so supportive. She added, she sounded so sincere.
It may not be much, but
expressing gratitude, even though I found it strange that she would say that. It's not like I'd done anything really noteworthy. I remained up that night to make sure things went well by calling her when she landed. I kept myself occupied around the house, watching TV, keeping an eye on the time, and waited for her to text me to let me know that she had landed because her flight was expected to take roughly 9 hours. I called her to check in as soon as I noticed her flight had landed. The phone kept ringing, but nobody picked it up. I didn't give it much thought because I assumed she was exhausted and might have gone directly to her hotel and crashed. However, by the time morning arrived, I had still to hear from her. I began to have this nagging concern in the back of my mind. I thought perhaps she was simply busy or her phone was on quiet, so I tried calling again and then texted her a few times. However, I was officially freaking out after a couple more hours of radio silence. In the end, I gave her sister a call to check whether she had heard from her. Nothing. I was really beginning to freak out by this morning. I even went so far as to call her friends, who were meant to accompany her on the trip, in the hopes that perhaps her phone had malfunctioned or she just hadn't had time to check in. However, since they weren't traveling with her, they were also perplexed when I contacted them. Back at home, they were enjoying coffee while seated 2 streets away. It dawned on me then that she wasn't traveling with pals, wasn't on a girls' trip, and hadn't gone anywhere with anyone. She simply vanished. It seemed as though my stomach had fallen through the floor as I sat there with her phone. I was unable to comprehend. Why would she tell me such a lie? Why wouldn't she notify me before leaving? I attempted to persuade myself that it was an error of some sort, such as perhaps she had missed a flight that connected or that she had been unable to contact due to an emergency. But I knew in my heart that she had this planned. Her stating thank you for your support and the entire girls' trip scenario were all components of whatever she had been imagining. I was at a loss for what to do. I couldn't wake up, as if I were living in a nightmare. I didn't marry this woman. I didn't even recognize this person. The coldness, the way she had stopped discussing our future, and those small digs about my appearance and health all began to make sense. I simply hadn't noticed, or perhaps I hadn't wanted to see that she had been drifting away for a while. I just sat there looking at my phone that night, hoping for a call, a text, or anything else. However, nothing materialized, and I knew in my heart that it wouldn't. I remember lying there and staring at the ceiling when I woke up the following morning. But when she saw that her side of reality set in. In fact, she had gone. She gathered her belongings and disappeared. The assurances I had given myself the previous evening, that perhaps she was late or her phone had died, were no longer valid. She had clearly planned this and wanted to go. I was completely in denial for the first few days. I would keep ringing her phone in the hopes of hearing her voice and perhaps receiving an explanation. I even left messages. I kept leaving them in the hopes that she would understand, even though I was half the time at a loss for words. However, I only received quiet, which strangely made things worse. I felt as like I had been a stranger to her the entire time and had been left to work it out on my own, without any clue as to what went wrong. Her family was initially just as surprised as I was. They hadn't heard from her, and her mother didn't know anything about her plans. In the end, I visited there more times than I could remember in order to speak with her mother and get answers. They must have felt sorry for me. When I couldn't bring myself to cook, her mom would prepare meals for me and occasionally let me stay there. She would sit there while I talked about all the tiny things that didn't make sense, attempting to figure out how my life had suddenly become so complicated. And to be honest, there were times when I was too numb to speak and just sat there in silence. I oscillated between rage, despair, and remorse. I would constantly ask myself what went wrong. Was there a sign I missed? Was I not paying enough attention to her? On certain days, I would review all of our arguments and conversations in an attempt to determine what caused her to leave. I kept thinking about what I could have done better and how I could have preserved our marriage. I realized this seems dramatic, but I was completely fixated on finding the solution, as if it would somehow make everything better. I hardly slept or ate, and my work also began to suffer. People would notice and inquire about my well-being, to which I would just respond that I was occupied with personal matters. Declaring aloud that my wife had abandoned me without saying a word was embarrassing. I eventually told a few close friends, and they tried their best to divert my attention by bringing me out to hang out and encouraging me to move on. However, I would still worry about her even when I was with them, wondering where she was and why I wasn't enough to keep her. The incessant inquiries from strangers, neighbors, relatives, acquaintances, and even former co-workers who had heard I was married, were among the worst aspects. "How's married life treating you?" And "How's your wife?" are the questions they would pose. It was always like pulling off a new scab. I would just smile and tell them that everything was good because I lacked the courage to tell them that she had left. But every time I uttered that line, it seemed more weighty. The only thing that worked in the end was therapy. Although I had never gone before, I realized I couldn't manage it alone after a few months of hardly functioning. I thus located a therapist and began attending once a week. It was beneficial to speak with a neutral person who was unfamiliar with her, me, or any of our baggage. I would express my rage, betrayal, and the void she had left in my life. I would talk endlessly about the restless evenings and how I would lie awake repeatedly reliving everything. The therapist assisted me in realizing that she chose to leave, and it was her decision, not mine, and that there was no magical moment that would have kept her here. It was a difficult pill to take. I thought for a long time that I was flawed in some manner, which was why she had left me, but gradually I began to view things differently. I chose to overlook her long-standing coldness and distance, assuming that things would improve on their own. I persuaded myself that I could maintain my composure and that our marriage could be saved by my own efforts alone. The realization that it wasn't her. As time passed, I began to restore my life in tiny increments. It wasn't until she departed that I realized how much I had lost in our marriage. I had always been the one who tried his hardest to make sure she was content and that our home life was comfortable. However, I had a lot of free time now and was unsure of how to spend it. I therefore began resuming old pastimes that I had forgotten about. I tried cooking new meals, went to the gym, and started reading literature I had been putting off. Eventually, the work also improved. As I began to feel more like myself, I started to put more effort into my work, but at first I was just going through the motions and barely keeping up with my workload. I felt like I still had control over something in my life, which was one of the few things that gave me a sense of accomplishment. Although I had always been skilled at what I did, I now give it my all. The extra hours, the concentration. I got a promotion as a result of it, something I never would have obtained if I had been moping about my problems. Even yet, there were painful days. A picture, an old movie ticket stub, or other small items that brought back memories I tried to ignore would occasionally remind me of her. Looking at them, I would question her actions, whether she ever considered me, and whether she ever felt bad about what she had done. But gradually, those times began to disappear. I was able to let go of those memories a little more quickly and move on a little more easily each time. Additionally, I got back in touch with people I hadn't seen much of since getting married. We resumed our activities, including hiking and hitting the golf range, something I hadn't done in years. Having someone by my side who wasn't involved in the mess and could support me in moving on without pulling me back into the agony was a relief. In hindsight, I saw that I invested far too much of myself in that relationship, in being her spouse. I felt like I had lost a significant portion of who I was when she departed, as if she had taken a piece of me with her. But I was rediscovering who I was, piece by piece. Although it wasn't quick or simple, I was making progress. I was finally able to see someone who wasn't defined by her past actions when I looked in the mirror at the conclusion of that year. I wasn't just the man whose wife had abandoned me. I had rebuilt, I had survived, and I was stronger now. I felt as like I could truly live my life without her shadow looming over me for the first time in years. To be honest, I took pride in that. I believed I had moved on from everything. After all that chaos, life had at last begun to seem normal again. Or as close to normal as it could be. My work was going really well, my friends kept me occupied, and I had my routine down pat. Even my daily thoughts about her had stopped. Even while I still occasionally had flashbacks to odd memories, it wasn't as frequent as it used to be, when she was somehow involved in every part of my existence. She was therefore the last person I expected to see standing there when someone knocked on my door one Saturday morning. But there she was with a baby at my doorway. I went cold. It was like witnessing a ghost, and for a moment my brain simply stopped functioning. Though perhaps a touch worn down, she still had her typical appearance. She looked at me as if she genuinely believed that I would be delighted to see her. And yes, it really got to me because I had assumed I was no longer interested. As it happens, meeting her again evoked many feelings I had previously suppressed. At first, I just stood there and stared without saying anything. She asked, "Can I come in?" With no embarrassment after grinning at me as if nothing had happened. The nerve. Really, she just shows up here as if I should be welcoming her back with open arms after everything she's done. However, I maintained my composure and assured her, "No, you can stay there and explain." I didn't want her in my home, bringing all the craziness back into the one area I had created for me. Despite her somewhat disoriented appearance, she remained in her spot and began telling her story. "I know this might come as a shock, but I wanted to come back and explain everything," she said. She even had a hopeful expression on her face, as though she really thought I would be willing to listen to her. I was tempted to just close the door and laugh in her face, but I was too intrigued. I was curious about the reason behind her disappearance and what she had come up with. She continued by explaining that she had erred in leaving and that she had come to the realization that she had lost the greatest thing that had ever occurred to her. Not my words, but hers. She claimed to have thought a lot and to have finally realized what was important in life after having this child. After years of ignoring me, it seemed that what mattered most was unexpectedly knocking on my door. "This is our second chance," she remarked, glancing down at the infant. What I was hearing about our second chance was unbelievable. It sounded like we would just pick up where we left off, with this child acting as some sort of miraculous reset button. I was furious on the inside, but I attempted to maintain a neutral appearance. She continued by claiming she wanted us to be a family once more, and that although she had made a horrible mistake, we could now start over as just the three of us. The one question that has been bothering me ever since she arrived was finally asked. "What made you go?" I tried to speak as steadily as I could, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could contain myself. Now that she was here, I needed to hear it from her since I had tortured myself with all the possibilities for years in an attempt to comprehend. After hesitating and glancing down at her feet as if embarrassed, she finally told me the truth, or at least what I thought it was. She acknowledged that she left because she wanted a child and had found someone who could provide one for her because I couldn't. She honestly stated it as if it were insignificant, as though she hadn't destroyed my life, and as though I should just nod and take it as gospel. She clarified that although the man she had left didn't stay, she had already given birth and knew she wanted me back by that point. As simple as that. Easy. I paused to think about what she was saying. Here she was confessing that she had left me, fled with a man, and had his child, and now expecting me to accept it, as if I would simply forgive and move on. "You went, met someone else, and had his baby, and now you think you can return and act as if nothing happened?" I asked her. She broke down in tears and apologized for her terrible error. However, I was completely unmoved by that. She kept talking about how she knew we were meant to be together and that I was the person she really loved. To be honest, maintaining a straight face was difficult. She sounded so naive that I was shocked. Her expression was one of desperation, not love, and I could see it. She then attempted to guilt-trip me by talking endlessly about how difficult it had been for her to be a single mother. In fact, she attempted to paint herself as the victim in all of this, acting as though her decisions hadn't brought her to this point. She assured me she was prepared to work things out this time and that she wanted my help. I couldn't stop wondering, who does she think I am? I listened to it all as I stood there, but I had had enough. I told her bluntly, "You have to live with the decision you made a long time ago. Here, there is no second chance." She appeared astonished, as if she had never even imagined that I would say no. As if she truly believed she could simply saunter back into my life because it would suit her. She became irate just when I thought she would finally understand and depart. She became angry with me, accusing me of selfishness and demanding that I give her another chance to make amends. She said that she could have taken half of everything and divorced me at that time if she had so desired. She even had the audacity to remark that the house should still belong to her. I felt a feeling of relief as I realized that I was now seeing her for who she truly was, as if her true colors were being revealed in front of me. I didn't raise my voice or quarrel with her. "We're done," I simply remarked, glancing at her. "You finally have the life you've always desired. I no longer have responsibility for this." I cut off any last statements she might have had by closing the door in her face. I was struck with a peculiar sense of serenity as I stood there and heard her muffled screaming coming from the other side of the door. She might shout, knock, weep, anything. However, I knew I would never allow her to return. The woman I had married and loved was no longer with me. This stranger, who believed she could pick up the pieces whenever it was convenient for her, took her position. Feeling lighter than I have in years, I moved away from the door and took a seat. I believed that was it after I shut the door behind her. I assumed she would understand and simply walk away. Instead, though, she began pounding on the door and shouting various things. The nerve seemed unbelievable to me. She had the gall to stand there and insist that I listen to her while I was in the one place that was truly mine, the only place I had been able to recover from the disaster she had left me in. I initially considered ignoring it and letting her scream till she became weary. But then I started to wonder. I was curious to know what kinds of excuses she would offer this time. In order to let her know that I was paying attention, I slightly opened the door, but not enough to let her in. She appeared to be astonished that I hadn't given her the response she desired, as if she had just been slapped across the face. As if we were having a typical argument and not coping with her abandonment, she began a lengthy monologue in which she expressed her willingness to forgive me for closing the door on her and her want to start over. She went on and on about how if we both worked hard, we could work things out. I was unable to contain my laughter at that moment. I actually laughed because this woman had more nerve than I had ever seen. When I did that, she appeared enraged, as if I should feel guilty for not paying attention to her. You left, I informed her. You tossed everything away while you had the chance. I won't just act as though nothing occurred just because you want to. She began repeating things like, you don't understand how hard it was for me. As her cheeks flushed, she continued by talking about how she had been so lost after leaving and how she had discovered her error too late. However, I didn't believe it. I informed her that she had taken the decision to leave. She had plotted it, made up a falsehood about it, and then carried it out. Now her remorse meant nothing. She lost her temper at that point. Her entire tone shifted. She stopped the melancholy, repentant act and began to attack me, accusing me of unfairness and lacking the grace to give her another chance. In fact, she dared to declare, I could have taken everything from you back then if I'd wanted to. I could have stolen half of your possessions. I simply stood in awe. This woman, who had abandoned me without saying anything, now believed she should be compensated in some way for not attempting to defraud me, as if she should be commended for not being as awful as she could have been. I said to her, what the heck? Should I feel thankful that you simply left me without taking anything with you? She looked at me with a mixture of fury and another emotion on her face, possibly desperation or remorse, but to be honest, I didn't give a damn by then. I had just finished. That was where all the years I had spent questioning myself, feeling bad, and wondering if I was somehow to blame for her leaving vanished. I felt as though the burden I had been bearing was finally lifted when I saw her for who she truly was. But she wasn't finished. She began to pace my porch while complaining that I would regret not giving her another chance and that I would never find someone like her. In fact, by refusing to take her back, she attempted to make me feel as though I was the one who was missing out. It was strange. As if I should be pleading with her to stay. Here she was, the one who ruined everything we owned. She became more louder and continued to complain about how I had forced her to leave in the first place when she realized I wasn't going to back down. She said that none of this would have occurred if I had been more understanding about the entire kid situation. Her reasoning seemed to indicate that I had failed her as a husband because I couldn't conceive, which somehow excused her from leaving to have a kid with someone else. The mental acrobatics were amazing. To be honest, I was shocked that she was attempting to blame me for her decisions. I bluntly told her, look, you could have told me the truth if you really wanted a child. When you were making plans to go, you didn't need to lie to me and act like nothing was wrong. She merely gazed at me as if I had smacked her, with nothing to say in response. However, I prevented her from speaking. I continued by telling her, you have to live with the decision you made on your own. I have no problem with that. She made one final attempt, returning to her dejected expression, and urged me to consider the boy and how I was being unjust by ignoring him. As if I were the bad guy, she really used the child, who was in her arms, to guilt-trip me. However, I wasn't buying into it. I don't know that child, I informed her. I'm not involved with him. You are not mine, and neither is he. That was the end of it. I could see her coming to terms with it at last. She was aware that I would never change my mind and that I would never allow her to return to my life. I could see the rage waning and being replaced by something else, either genuine regret or simply exasperation. However, I didn't care. She had attempted to walk all over me and expected me to smile and give her credit, but now she was simply a stranger. For a few more seconds, she stood there as if she was waiting for me to decide to call her back. I didn't say anything else though. When it finally hit her that I meant every word, I just stood there and watched her expression. I closed the door without giving it another glance. I didn't wait for her to hit me again this time. In my heart, I knew that I had already made up my mind and that there was no turning back. I don't know, but I left the door with the impression that I had finally prevailed. It was over, even though she had spent so much time hoping to return and use manipulation to get back into my life. I had freedom. Neither for her nor for us was there going to be another chance. She was now only a memory, one that I had at last relegated to the past. I felt like I could breathe again after all those years of suffering and shame. And what do you know, it was pleasant. I felt a peculiar calmness come over me as soon as I shut the door behind her. I no longer felt sad, furious, or even astonished. It was as though all of the remorse, guilt, and incessant wondering that I had felt for her over the years simply disappeared. I was prepared to move on since I had at last found the closure I didn't realize I needed. This time, it was truly over. Naturally, though, things didn't go as well as I had intended.
Let's keep
Her
sailing.
mother texted me a few days
Sky's looking a mite
She
dark.
apologized, stating she was embarrassed by her daughter's handling of the situation and that she had attempted to reason with her, but clearly it had failed. Her mother was a decent individual. She had been of great assistance to me since her daughter left, and I could see that she was truly distressed by the situation.
Let us avail
Although I had
ourselves.
nothing against her, I didn't want to be dragged back into that situation. I simply said, "Thanks for checking in," and that was my only response. I wasn't going to waste time justifying my choice, and I wasn't going to offer her mother any more information. She knew it was over because she understood. I learned tidbits over the course of the following few weeks via social media and mutual connections. She had apparently returned to living with her parents, and things weren't going well. The father of the child, the man she had left me for, had nothing to do with it. He had bailed out totally. She was left to figure things out on her own because, apparently, he hadn't committed to the long term. Few individuals were eager to help because she had essentially
Wish I could
earned
get
every
some alone
bridge.
time.
Her former friends, who had supported me when she first vanished,
All right,
didn't feel
let's
sorry for
disembark.
me. They weren't eager to get drawn back into her drama because they had all moved on. You can't hold them responsible. Her parents weren't too happy either. They didn't have enough money to sustain her and the child. I was aware of this since her father called me shortly after her mother texted me. Curiosity overcame me, and I nearly didn't respond. He mentioned that they were having financial difficulties and implied that perhaps I could be of some assistance. He was courteous but straightforward. He continued talking about the infant and how difficult things were for them, saying, "We know you cared about her once." I listened courteously, but I couldn't help but giggle a little. Not aloud, but you get the idea, when he began to explain that his daughter only needed a little help to get back on her feet. I politely informed him that his daughter made her own decisions and that I was neither in a position nor in the right frame of mind to assist. Since he didn't pursue it further, I believe he understood the message. Her pals, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, began contacting me the next thing I knew. Some attempted to use the guilt angle, claiming that she was going through a difficult moment and that perhaps I could find it in my heart to give her another chance. She even had the audacity to say that the child needed a father figure and that I shouldn't allow my resentment stand in the way of my efforts to assist him. However, I refused to back down. I refused to allow anyone to make me feel guilty for making my own decision at last. I had given that woman all I had after years of feeling inadequate, and she had tossed it all away. Instead of relying on me to save, she should at least take responsibility for her decisions. The calls and messages gradually decreased in volume before ceasing completely. Everyone seemed to realize at last that I was serious, that I had moved on, and that I would not get ensnared again. That's when the true calm arrived. For the first time in years, my life seemed calm and normal. I had my friends, my job, and my routines. I had rebuilt my life on my own terms, so it wasn't a fancy, glamorous one, but it was mine. The irony is that I once again began to discover joy in the small things, which I had not given much thought to when I was married. I would read novels I had been meaning to read for years, cook my own food, and take walks. It felt good to be free, and I understood that I could live my life as I pleased without anyone's approval. I wasn't always concerned about other people's happiness or approval. For once, I felt as though I had gradually regained my life. I occasionally encountered someone who knew us both, and they would inquire, "Hey, what happened with her?" I would shift the topic and respond in a succinct, courteous manner. I simply didn't want to keep going back to a chapter that was so obviously over. It wasn't that I was concealing anything. I had finally mastered the skill of leaving her in the past. When I last heard from her, things weren't going well. She was still jumping between her parents' house and friends' sofas after the welcome, and she was having trouble with her job. Every now and then, people I hardly spoke to would message me to say she was
I bet we can catch
everybody
something
would
here.
listen to seek for assistance. A few of them even implied that she hoped I might
let's give it a shot.
decide to play father to her child after all. However, that's not true. I had invested too much time and effort into redeeming my life to ever consider taking that road once more. Simply because things didn't go as planned, I wasn't going to be your safety net or the person to pick up. Nothing was going to pull me back into that chapter. I was finished. Ultimately, I believe I received the necessary closure. She was now coping with the repercussions of her decisions, and me. It was the first time since the day she departed that I felt completely, truly free. I had enough of moving over my life. I was happy that I had moved on. Not in a grand theatrical sense, but quietly, contentedly. And what do you know? That was sufficient. I sincerely appreciate you staying until the very end. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe if you truly enjoy our videos. Enjoy your wonderful day.
Good.
Now, on to the next story. Story 4. My parents pressured me to get my cheating fiancé, so I exposed my dad's affair, leaving my mom to leave him after 30 years. In July, I was to get married. When I returned home from a business trip 2 months ago, I discovered my ex-fiancé having an affair with the sister of my closest friend. I said,
That went well.
On the ring, sold or donated everything he gave, and placed everything he left on the curb with a free sign. I blocked him everywhere. I called the police on him when he came hammering at my door after I had taken away his belongings. I contacted them once again after he showed up at my place of employment in KC. I also called the police on his family when they gathered in large numbers to argue. I didn't go all out for my ex or the sister of my former best buddy. I told her spouse that I had seen her having an affair with my former partner. The last I heard, she had returned to live with her parents after being evicted from the wedding. My former best friend made an effort to persuade me to give them both an opportunity to clarify. What? No. She then accused me of being cold-hearted and petty, accusing me of destroying her sister's relationship. Therefore, I also kicked her out. I don't want to be around dishonest people who don't care about the truth. Without a doubt, this incident festered inside of me until I let go of my parents. Perhaps that's why I was so hard on them when it persisted. I brought a date to supper with my parents last week in the hopes that his presence would prevent them from bringing up my terrible future. I had been under pressure from my parents to reconcile with my ex. He's very sorry. Give him 5 minutes to explain himself. You owe him that. He didn't care about you. He was wrong. You're being unkind by excluding him in this way. How could you report him to the police? How could you treat his family the same way? His parents deserve no such humiliation. They are decent folks. He's struggling right now. He is depressed. Everyone is concerned for him. You have his undying
There's
love.
something around here.
It's time to mature and extend forgiveness to him. No, they continue to bring it up despite my date's presence. When my ex jammed his dick into anything that moves, as he does, I lost my temper and asked my father if he expected me to put up with it. I questioned my mother about her experience of ignoring the How does she maintain her composure when dining with women who have had sexual relations with her husband? Does she want my sister and I to have that kind of life and that kind of man? For her daughters? I inquired as to whether they were the influence that knowledge had on my siblings as we grew up. Being aware that Dad was sabotaging his secretary, which is why he was late coming home from work. Being aware that a working kids were dirty and spent non-mom. Did they not understand that I am the only one of their 4 children who still communicates with them? Did they not wonder why they were left off of my brother's wedding invitations? Why haven't they met the wives or kids of either of my brothers? They believe that my sister is and she is silent. Really? In addition to congratulating them on the death of their last surviving kid, I got up from the table and said I hope their conceived suffering would ease their final moments. I left my dick out. Instead of using everything, my parents, I ought to have saved him for a special reason. He drove me to the closest pub, went me on his shoulder, I got totally wasted, and made sure I made it home without incident. He messaged me to X Nordics, delivered over a large Sprite, large fries, and a double cheeseburger from DoorDash. Although I haven't heard from my parents, I didn't block them. I've cooled down enough to feel regret after a week, not because of what I said, but because I can still picture the expressions on their faces when I said my final goodbye. I damaged and devastated them, especially my mom. I adore my parents in spite of their flaws, and they are plenty. I feel a lot of remorse about hurting them, that's all I know. Edit 1. Although I haven't read every remark yet, I believe that some information has to be made clear. My date was aware that we would be dining with my folks. When he invited me out that morning, I told him what I had planned for the evening and asked him if he wanted to go. I was surprised when he said yes. When he did, I told him that I wasn't being serious and that it would likely make him feel a bit uneasy. He simply chuckled and offered to pay bail if necessary. There you have it. He knew there would be drama in that restaurant. Edit 2. I have other folks in my life besides the ones I named in my post. My siblings are with me. They didn't interrupt me. Just a few days after I found out about the adultery, my sister flew in to be with me. I also had amazing friends who helped me move my ex's belongings to the curb, pack up my belongings, and even find me a person to pay a reasonable amount to engage with me. I only brought up my ex best friend, etc. because of their actions and words, which helped all those long suppressed emotions to surface when out responses from the OP and comments. Ex's parents. Being on the outskirts of my parents' social circle, my ex's parents are undoubtedly aware of my father's numerous infidelity scandals. They must have expected me to endure the same level of contempt my mother has shown me over the years. Commenter, you dislike your parents' choices, even though you love them. Considering what you've told us about your behaviors and their current actions, it makes perfect sense. How can they continue to be a non-toxic part of your life? Consider that. What do you want them to accomplish? What would be the absolute minimum, and what would be ideal? OP, although it would be ideal, my mother will never abandon my father and take him for granted. My father using discretion is another thing that will never occur. Knowing that their needs and wants would always come before everyone else's, do they really care about the humiliation they've inflicted on us? I don't think I should hold my breath for it, but I would be content with an acknowledgement of the hurt we've experienced over the majority of our lives. Commenter. Is it possible that your ex believed there would be no repercussions for him either, given that your mother finds nothing wrong with her partner cheating? OP. I understand why people can believe that. My sister was the only person I discussed with. When it came up, we were both intoxicated and high. Naturally, people would assume that I was okay with things the way they would. How could they be supposed to know that I wasn't comfortable with it when no one asked? I can appreciate that viewpoint. As of September 29, 2024. I haven't been here for a minute. Work and life have been hectic, so I haven't had time to update Reddit. We apologize to everyone who had contacted us or left note. Better late than never, I reasoned. In summary, when my parents pushed me to forgive and make amends with my unfaithful ex, I became angry with them. At that moment, I told them some really tough and painful facts. Then I felt a great deal of shame. The remorse began to consume me. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who left a comment on my post. Even though I didn't publish with approval, getting comments from the majority of them did ease the burden a little. I made an effort to read every comment. Even though my timing was poor, I was able to recognize that what I said was extremely vital, even though it didn't remove the guilt I carried. We also appreciate everyone who chose to send private messages instead of posting on the main thread. Speaking with you and reading your personal accounts of some terrible upbringing, it's clearer to me that my adolescence and childhood have been painful and left scars that I had to get. Another shout-out goes out to the people who harassed me about my choices, preached about the sanctity of marriage and the idea that men are simple beings with simple wants, and attempted to teach me how to be a woman, lead, and fulfill my responsibilities by letting a guy indulge in his vices. Not to mention the sweet little chicken nugget who told these reactions.
Sweet little chicken nugget.
My ex should have used a cattle prod on my happy place. I would especially want to thank the men who promised to train me to be and know my place. When your wives went, it must have been difficult for you all. Bravo to those women enjoying fleeing a life of pain. Now, for the subsequent events. Shortly after my posting, perhaps a few weeks later, my mother left my father. One evening, she brought her bags to my apartment. She looked so broken and pathetic that I cannot describe it. My heart ached for her as I carried her inside and held her. It dawned on me then that she had no one to turn to. No one at all. No friends, no family. I can't help but wonder if Mom had been alone during her entire marriage and whether she would have had the guts to leave my father at that point if one of us had spoken up sooner. My mother is typically very calm and elegant, so I had never seen her look so shattered. I was astonished to see her like that. I forced her to share my bed with me that night because I was so anxious. My siblings all arrived to offer their love and support for the days after I phoned. My sister, mother, and I were all sleeping in my bed. She was glad to see that her kids still cared. My siblings had distanced themselves from the problem. My mother initially stayed with me. She was struggling because she was carrying the burden of years of shame, guilt, guilt and humiliation. I didn't want to leave her alone and was concerned about her mental health. I brought her to a shelter and we got her food because I needed to take time off work to spend all of my time with her. I reasoned that if she had something to do, it would divert her attention from her melancholy. She fell in love with a 5-year-old mixed breed. I fell in love with her again. I had hoped for an active puppy to keep her occupied. He is an idiot. He managed to push his entire head between the spindles on the stairs, and we woke up to it howling one night. To get him out, we had to contact the fire department. My mother, who now calls him her baby, obviously didn't believe he was at blame. He loves her, and she loves him back. After making some adjustments, my eldest brother relocated her across the nation to live with him and his family. He believed that she would be better off living somewhere she wouldn't have to worry about running into her father or any of his numerous women.
Another way to cross
It
over.
appears to be helping that he was able to find her.
Let's just leave it for later.
According to all sources, she is an indulgent grandma who loves her role. She sees the grandchildren every day because she has a separate in-law suite. According to my brother, the children are typically located at grandma's when they go to sleep.
Brother or not.
My dad, on the other hand, is still my dad.
From me.
He has plenty of company. He invited me to supper and introduced me to his wife shortly after my mother moved. Since she had always referred to my mother as her best friend, I reminded them both that I knew exactly who she was. Another awkward dinner is about to happen. My dad made an effort to make it as amiable as possible, but every time she talked to me, I would recall an instance from my early years when she was around our family and inquire as to whether or not she was having an affair with my father at the time. He contacted me the following day to express his disappointment. It only seemed right that I disclose my own disappointments. He attempted to minimize what he had done over the years and even played the victim of his own acts during our little argument. I ended up barring him and ending the chat abruptly. He arrived at my door a little more than a month ago. He must have been a little alarmed when I refused to let him in. He expressed his desire to keep me around. Whatever you think of him, he is my father, and I love him and don't want to lose him. He assured me that he would not have me engage with any of his women. We have had a few enjoyable and successful adventures thus far, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we can stay in each other's lives. As for me, I'm in treatment because I followed the advice several of you provided me. Realizing that you're not as good as you may believe is a humble moment. Going through all that history and therapy has been nearly intolerable. After certain sessions, my only wish is to go to the closest bar and drink till I lose all memory of what I've just experienced. I'm using therapy to figure out where it all began and why I am who I am. One of the hardest things I've ever done, in my opinion, is therapy. I'm not sure why some of you do it so voluntarily, or how you've done it for as long as you have. It is helping, even though I feel like a crazy nutter, for listening to all of you nutters in the first place. The majority of you have been waiting for this update. The number of messages I've received from folks who want to know more about him is incalculable. You all seem to be saying, "Girl, just tell us about the date. We don't care about whatever crisis you're going through in your life." Since my piece was not about him, I have not responded to any of those questions. In a roundabout manner, though, I feel like I owe you all something because you all contributed to our current situation. I will mention a few things, but I won't go into detail about everything that has transpired between us. After watching a podcast on YouTube, he got in touch with me and emailed me a link along with the question, "Is this you?" It would be an understatement to say that I was mortified. I was too embarrassed to respond to him. I didn't even read the messages he sent me over the following few weeks because I was so overcome with embarrassment. A ton of screenshots of people's remarks were there when I eventually got around to reading them. I doubt I need to explain what those comments said to you. After a while, I responded to him. As I previously stated, I have had a hectic personal and professional life, so it was challenging for us to find time to visit one another. He has a life and a job too. I didn't think we could develop a friendship, much less anything more, because we could only get together for coffee a few times. Since then, however, I've discovered that he is as relentless and tenacious as a hound with a bone. He persisted until we managed to schedule another date. After that successful date, there were others. He finally introduced me to his grandparents, who were the two most significant individuals in his life. I currently own a little flock of wooden birds that his grandfather carved. His grandmother feeds me whenever I visit her and typically brings food home with me because she believes I'm too thin. He is friendly with my brother and sister, and he even accompanied me to my mother's birthday celebration, where he got to know them all. He treated her with great grace. I had him stored in my phone as Cheeseburger, for a time. When he objected, stating, "I bought you a double cheeseburger," I began referring to him as Double Cheese, which I ultimately agreed with. My phone still has him saved as Cheeseburger. I'm not sure how to handle the fact that he is an undercover Swiftie. I don't dislike Taylor Swift, but I didn't think he would like her. I'm okay with his using me as a front for his Swiftie inclinations, just as he did with his younger sister and niece. Reactions from the OP in the comments. Remarker, this was an update now. I hope the best for you. Request a duck to accompany the birds. Haha. I hope you have a happy life. OP. He handed me a goose when I asked for an owl. LOL. Remarker, hearing that you're seeing the cheeseburger makes me very happy. I'm hoping. Commenter, that you're seeing the cheeseburger makes me very happy. I hope that continues to go smoothly. I was expecting some news about the cheating ex, such as the fact that he's homeless and unemployed. LOL. Subject, he's not even a blip on my radar. Questioner, why do you even still love your dad? Ash, are you in contact with him? OP, I cherish my father. Just like I love my mother despite her stain. It is possible to love someone and still detest what they do. I will never experience remorse for loving both of my parents. Down the thread. Commenter, in what way do you sidestep the query? Dad, do you love him? Do you adore your mom? OP, the things he subjected us to were abusive, and the things she made us stay through were equally abusive. In any case, I adore them. I will admit that I adore my folks. Sue me. Now to the next story 5. My family sued me to give my house to my golden child brother. Later, they kidnapped my wife, claiming they were saving her from me. I've been harboring this grudge for years, and I'm not sure if I'm seeking guidance or if I simply need to vent. It's difficult to describe, but I suppose I've always known that my family didn't really love me, not in the manner that I should have. My brother, Ryan, is 17 years old, and I'm the oldest sister, 24 am. 7 years is a great enough distance for us to never truly get along. To be honest, I believe that things began to go south as soon as he was born. I could tell as a child that he was the center of my parents' universe. I was just there, and he was their golden child. The more I think back on it, the more I see how messed up everything was. Even if I used to think maybe I was just being dramatic or hallucinating things. For instance, Ryan received a brand new PS5 with everything he could possibly want for Christmas last year. Me, I received socks. Walmart basic white socks. No joke. Even the socks themselves don't matter to me. I could live without them. The thing that bothers me, though, is that it was the only present I received. As Ryan devoured his presents like a ferocious animal, everyone was gathered around, grinning and laughing. The enthusiasm in the house was all for him. Then there was me, with a little packet of socks in my hand and a phony smile on my face as I was totally disregarded by everyone. What's crazy is that this wasn't an isolated incident. This was how my entire life was. My birthdays? Don't think about it. My family didn't even recognize my birthday until I was about 10 years old. They either forget or stop caring after that. My parents didn't even say happy birthday, so I celebrated my last birthday with college pals. Nothing. No text, no call. For Ryan's birthdays, however, they give it their best. My parents arranged a huge celebration for his 16th birthday last year. They hired a bouncy house, invited all of his friends and relatives, and even hired a magician or other entertainer. They had the entire event catered, and the house was decked out. Like the Super Bowl of birthdays, it was absurd. I wasn't even invited either. Yes, you read correctly. Even my own brother's birthday party did not extend an invitation to me. I only learned about it the day before, and when I brought it up to my parents, they dismissed it, claiming that I was too busy with school to want to attend. To be honest, I tried to forget the entire incident by going out with my friends that day, but even as we spent time together, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I wasn't welcome in my own family. When my birthday arrived this year, it was the true kicker. Maybe, just maybe, they would at least recognize it, but I didn't anticipate anything. I've learned nothing. Once more, I spent the day with my college pals. Although it was enjoyable, the tiny celebration they organized for me in the dorms is not the same. Even if it's only a little, your family should enjoy your birthday with you. Every time Ryan turned 10, my parents transformed the house into a ludicrous pirate adventure theme complete with costumes and treasure hunts, reminding me of what I was missing. In the meantime, we enjoyed pizza for my 10th birthday. That was it. And I considered myself fortunate to receive that. The continual reminder that I'm not the favorite, that I never will be, is what hurts the most, not the presents or the party. I've made a concerted effort to be a good son by doing all they asked of me, staying out of trouble, and getting good grades. However, none of that was important. Ryan has always been charming. He's gregarious, athletic, and everything I'm not. And my folks loved it. I recall being ecstatic to have a younger sibling when he was born. I assumed we would play video games together, be great friends, and hang around like the brothers in movies. However, I quickly discovered that Ryan also had no interest in me. He had all he could possibly want. His friends, his sports. I was merely present. I was the forgotten child, the fallback option. I became resentful of him as we grew older together. At first, I don't think it was his fault, but he began to recognize his authority. In the view of my parents, he could do no wrong. Guess who would be held accountable if we got into a fight? Me. Always me. My parents would simply laugh it off if he made a mistake, or they could even accuse me of not doing enough to assist him. I was always the villain, regardless of what he did. I recall Ryan lying about smashing the TV once. The TV was knocked off its stand as he and his friend were roughhousing. The object was all but broken. Ryan pointed directly at me when my parents got home and said I was the one who had knocked it over. Even if I wasn't at home. You know what? They took him seriously. They confiscated my phone, grounded me for a month, and pretended that I was a criminal. I basically gave up at that moment. If I had to escape from home, I began to isolate myself more and spent most of my time in my room or at friends' houses. However, each time I entered the house, it seemed like I was entering a never-ending reminder that I was unimportant. Ryan's room was filled with posters, and all sorts of technology, whereas mine was highly claustrophobic. He seemed to have his own little empire, and I was just a nobody in the background. I will always remember my 18th birthday. I hope that since I was growing up, it was something special for me. However, no. It was just another day when I came downstairs. Ryan was playing on his new Xbox, my dad was reading the paper, and my mom was working in the kitchen. No one spoke.
Expect this
Not
here.
even a happy birthday card or present. I seemed to be non-existent. I came to the realization that nothing would ever change at that point. Ryan had prevailed. He had stolen everything from me, including my parents' love and care. What's the worst? Most likely, he was unaware that he was doing it. Or perhaps he did, but he didn't give a damn. In any case, it wasn't just the typical sibling rivalry that made me loathe him. I'm referring to asterisk hate asterisk, the kind that keeps you up at night contemplating how much better your life would be without them. I realize it seems drastic, but that's my situation. Anger flares up inside of me every time I see Ryan's face. I no longer find it bearable to be his family or to be near them. My parents always dismiss my attempts to express my feelings to them, claiming that I'm being theatrical or that I ought to treat Ryan with more consideration. However, why should I? When someone has taken everything from me, why should I be kind to them? I feel as though I'm caught in a never-ending circle of hatred and animosity, and the worst part is that I'm not idea how to escape it. All I want is for myself to feel important and valuable. However, I will always be the second that moves down. From here, I have no idea where to go. Perhaps I should break things off with them. Perhaps I should go up to Ryan and tell him how much he has wounded me. Or perhaps I should just continue to separate myself from them and make an effort to live my life without them. I'm not sure. I just know that I can't continue to live this way. No more. My last post was a few years ago, and to be honest, I never imagined that I would return. I believed that the family trouble was behind me forever. However, the nightmare I thought I had escaped has suddenly become worse than I could have ever imagined, since life has a tendency to throw me curveballs. This is a lengthy and convoluted narrative, so buckle up. I took the necessary action after my last
give it a shot.
I cut off contact with my parents. How could I not? I was being tormented by the ongoing disregard and the obvious partiality shown to my younger brother Ryan. I decided to avoid making too much touch. As quickly as possible, I left my parents' house and moved to college town. To be honest, I felt as though a burden was removed. Of course, though, I still had to earn a living. Since I've always been skilled in graphic design, I began working as a freelancer on Fiverr. Initially, it was only to cover the expenses, but as I gained more customers, that was when it grew into something more. I put in a lot of work, whether it was on the weekends or late at night. I refused to let my achievement be defined by how my family treated me. Then I met Megan, and it was incredible. She was intelligent, ambitious, and kind, everything I could have hoped for in a spouse. We clicked right away because she worked as a freelancer managing social media for small businesses. We began working together on projects and supporting one another's professional development. She was the first person to be honest, who gave me the feeling that I wasn't a business.
Looking good.
She did seem to be known, and since she truly cared about me, she loved me for who I was, not for what I could do for her or what I could do. Our dreams grew as our jobs flourished. After a year or so of dating, we moved in together.
Alright!
Our crazy plan was to combine our savings and purchase a home. But we didn't want just any house. We wanted something unique. We searched for months before locating the ideal location, a huge 3-story suburban home. Our combined income allowed us to make it work, even though it was more than we ever imagined before. We were overjoyed. This was something we believed in, our dream. 3 days after we completed the transaction, we were formally homeowners. A real nightmare began at that point. My mother called me.
Looking good!
I wasn't even willing to pick up at first. Since I moved out,
Looking
I was
good!
and the few times we had spoken, it had either been awkward or resulted in a fight. However, I responded for some reason.
Alright!
As if nothing had happened, she chirped.
Ready,
"Hey,
yeah?
honey, we're in town and thought we'd stop by to see the
I
new
hooked
house."
one!
I ought to have been more aware. I should have sensed that something wasn't right. I told her they could come over though, even though I should have known better. I reasoned that it would be better to end the visit than to continue avoiding them. My dad, Ryan, and a woman I had never met before arrived at our front door a few hours later. This is where things start to become extremely strange. My younger brother, Ryan, the beloved and golden, wasn't by himself. It turned out that was Karen, his fiancée. She was also expecting a child. Yes, you read correctly. Ryan would soon become a father. Nobody had bothered to inform me of my brother's engagement or the impending birth of a child. My first warning sign was that my father began using passive-aggressive language before he even entered. "Whoa, you bought this house? Surprised you could afford something like this," he replied sarcastically, as if he had been demeaning me all along. However, I dismissed it. I didn't want to get into an argument. Not quite yet. The discomfort increased after they were inside. Megan sensed that something was wrong when my mom tried to strike up a conversation with her. She kept looking at me as if to ask, "What's going on?" At the same time, Karen was pacing the house as if she owned it, while my dad and Ryan were whispering to each other. Then suddenly, my father revealed shocking information. As patronizing as ever, he began, "We've been thinking. It would make sense for Ryan and Karen to move in here since they are starting a family and will need space for the baby." Not quite digesting what he had just said, I just gazed at him. "What? This house is much too large for you and Megan alone," my father went on, utterly disregarding my surprise. "A location like this would be very beneficial for Ryan and Karen as they raise their child. You don't need all this space." What I was hearing was unbelievable. I felt as though my own house was being gaslit. "Are you kidding me?" After giving me a direct look, my dad said something that made my blood boil. "No, we're serious. It's time for you to let your brother have what he needs and move aside. After all, he is establishing his own family and family comes first. You can find a smaller space with Megan. This house will work better for them." I went crazy. All of the years of animosity, disregard, and partiality suddenly surfaced. "Are you for real now? This home belongs to ****. This place is in our names. Megan and I purchased it. Ryan knocked someone up, so you can't simply walk in here and declare he should have it." Ryan, appearing smug, tried to add something. "Dude, you don't really need all this room. Come on, we are parents. You are not." I yelled, "That's not the point. The idea is that just because you believe you have a right to something doesn't mean you can just take it. I'm tired of being ignored for you, even though I've done it my entire life." My dad became really combative at that point. In an attempt to frighten me, he stood up and puffed out his chest. "Watch what you say, boy. You should be appreciative that we're asking rather than merely telling you to give up the key. Whether you like it or not, Ryan will own this house." I became enraged. I'm not sure what got to me, but I lost it. I shoved him back into the wall as I pounded at him. "Please leave my house immediately." I let out a yell. I was unable to stop Megan from yelling at us to stop. Anger that had been bottled up for years was erupting. After my dad pushed me back, we got into a full-on brawl, throwing punches and cursing at one another. Karen stood in the corner, frantically calling her phone while my mom and Ryan screamed. We didn't ultimately stop until the police arrived. I suppose that when things got out of control, Karen had phoned them. They took my dad and I apart, put us in handcuffs, and dragged us to the station. It was unbelievable to me that this was my reality as I sat in the holding cell. I was sitting in jail because my own father had attempted to take my house from my brother. A few hours later, Megan came to my rescue, but the damage was already done. My family was officially irreparably damaged. However, it didn't stop there. It grew worse, though didn't. In his unending brilliance, my father chose to sue me for the house. In fact, he attempted to sue me, saying that Ryan and Karen were more in need of the house than I was and that I ought to give it to them. I was stunned by its blatant insolence. Thus, we appeared in court. I prepared for the battle of my life by hiring a lawyer and gathering all the required paperwork to prove that the house was in my name. The truth is, though, I had something different planned. I wasn't going to overlook the trail that years of emotional and psychological abuse had left behind. I collected information from acquaintances who had witnessed my parents' treatment of me over the years, including emails, texts, and even eyewitness accounts. I took everything to court. In addition to asserting that the house belonged to me, my attorney claimed that I had spent the majority of my youth being neglected and emotionally abused. I had had enough of being the submissive, quiet son. It was time to defend ourselves. Months passed throughout the court case. My dad did everything he could to maintain stability. He portrayed himself as a devoted father who only wanted to act in his family's best interests. Ryan and Karen pretended to be the victims, saying that I was being self-centered for keeping the house and that they needed it for their child. However, none of it was successful. I felt as though a burden had been removed from my chest as the final verdict was rendered. In addition to finding in my favor, the judge mandated that my father compensate me for emotional and psychological abuse by awarding me $120,000. It was unbelievable to me. It felt like justice that someone had finally defended me for the first time in my life. I stopped communicating with Ryan and my parents following the court decision. The lies, the manipulation, and the unrelenting favoritism were all too much for me to handle. Having the house to ourselves at last allowed Megan and I to begin rebuilding our lives. However, the wounds caused by everything that transpired will never completely heal. I still find it hard to comprehend how far my parents went to defraud me, even as I write this. Ryan was the golden child, and I was merely an afterthought. But I suppose that's simply the way things have always been. However, it is no longer the case. About 3 years have passed since my previous update, and I wish I could tell that everything has been going well. I believe that everything had finally calmed down after the chaos caused by my dad attempting to take my house. I believe that I had permanently moved on from the family drama. If I've learned anything, it's that no matter how hard I try to keep my distance from my family, they will always want to pull me back into their toxic past. Before I get into the recent horror, let me just provide some context. Megan and I were married 3 years ago. I can honestly say that it was the best choice I've ever made, and it was one of the happiest days of my life. After the litigation with my dad, I realized that Megan was the only person I could really rely on because she supported me through all the chaos and went down. Only a few of Megan's family members and close friends attended our tiny, private wedding. My brother, parents, and other family members were not invited. I didn't see the point after everything they had done to me, including the abuse, deception, and litigation. I owed them nothing, and I wasn't going to let their toxic conduct spoil my wedding day. They discovered it, of course. I don't know how, but a few days after the wedding, my mom sent me a late, guilt-tripping email expressing how disappointed they were not invited. I was okay with my dad not bothering to get in touch. However, it was my younger brother, Ryan, who lost it. I suppose I should have anticipated. My parents had always gone out of their way to satisfy Ryan, who was known as the golden child. He never accepted accountability for his daily life, and he always placed the blame for his errors on someone else. The financial status of my parents suffered when the court decided in my favor and mandated that my dad pay me $120,000. They weren't in financial distress or anything, but their standards of living increased. Being the pampered brat that he is, Ryan was unable to help me. I suppose that was the beginning of the end for him because he didn't get the house he believed he was entitled to, and his father had to pay a hefty sum of money. A few months after the court case, his fiancée, Karen, broke up with me. She took the kid and returned to living with her parents, based on rumors I heard. Although I never heard the whole story, I'm positive that Ryan's inability to cope with the strain was the reason. I can help with it. He believed that I was to blame for everything, including my dad's legal defeat, their financial difficulties, and Karen's departure from him. Things took a very bad turn at that point. About a month has passed since my wedding. As we continued to adjust to our new life together, Megan and I were relishing the tranquility that came with finally escaping the toxic hold of my family. I made the decision to take a stroll around the neighborhood one afternoon. Sometimes I like to take a stroll around the peaceful streets and breathe in the fresh air to decompress. At least it should have been a typical day. I spotted Ryan halfway down the block. He was standing on the street corner, looking at me with a look of unadulterated anger in his eyes. Uncertain if I was seeing things, I froze for a moment. I didn't know why he was in my area, and we hadn't spoken in years. Ryan! Jeez, I called him. What the hell are you doing here? He charged at me before I could even comprehend what was happening. He was also not without anything. He was holding an iron rod that looked like it had been torn off the building site. What the? Ryan! I yelled, attempting to retreat, but he moved too quickly. With all of his strength, he swung the rod, and before I could react, it struck my side. Instantaneous, the pain shot through my ribs like a flame. Gasping for air, I sat down, but Ryan wasn't finished. He lowered the rod once more, aiming for my legs this time. When it struck my left shin, I heard the horrible snap and fell hard, landing on the sidewalk. You ruined my life. Ryan's voice cracked with rage as he screamed. You are solely to blame. Everything is ruined because of you, including the fact that Dad went bankrupt and Karen left me. To protect myself, I attempted to stand up, but my body refused to obey. Every nerve in my body felt like it was on fire from the exertion. Ryan raised the iron rod once more as he stood over me, his face contorted in rage. Knowing what was going to happen, I prepared myself, but I was immobile. I had no power at all. My right arm took the following blow, and I felt the force cause my bone to break. Time seemed to slow down. The world around me grew hazy and muffled, like if I were underwater, and my vision went blurry. I lay there waiting for the next strike, wondering if this was how it was going to end, unable to even scream. I'm not sure how long the attack went on, but eventually I heard voices, far away first, and then louder. I could hear footsteps running toward me down. I was too far gone to comprehend what was happening when I saw someone take Ryan and pull him away from me. I lost consciousness. I was in the hospital when I woke up. Megan was seated by my bedside, her eyes puffy and red from sobbing, her face pallid. My throat was dry and every muscle in my body ached as I tried to speak. Megan squeezed my hand and said, "You're okay. You'll be all right." However, I wasn't feeling well. My right arm, left leg, and ribs were all fractured. I was fortunate to be alive. The doctor stated, Ryan might have murdered me if the spectators hadn't stepped in at the right moment. To stop him, the police had to be called. As I lay bleeding on the sidewalk, Ryan was immediately hauled into custody and placed in handcuffs. The next few days were a haze. As my body gradually started to mend, the painkillers kept me sedated and I was in and out of consciousness. Megan refused to leave my side and remained by my side the whole time. She took care of everything, including hiring a lawyer to handle the impending court case, handling the insurance, and handling the police reports. Because a trial was indeed imminent, Ryan was facing severe jail time due to the severity of my injuries after being charged with assault with a deadly weapon. Megan gave me the specifics when I was at last clear enough to comprehend what was going on. Since Karen had left him, Ryan had gone absolutely insane. He fell into a severe despair, yet he blamed me for his shortcomings rather than owning up to his own shortcomings. The police report states that Ryan admitted to them that he had been plotting the attack for hours while waiting outside my residence. He brought the iron rod he had stolen from a building site close to his flat. The worst part, though, he had absolutely no regrets about it. He told the police that I had destroyed his life, that he deserved to punish me, and that he was only receiving justice for my actions. He genuinely thought that I was to blame for everything, including our dad's financial difficulties and his fiance's departure. I was in the hospital for weeks to heal from the fractures. Physical rehabilitation, innumerable testing, and the impending court case were all new forms of agony every day. I was unable to walk for about a month, and even after I was released from the hospital, I spent weeks on crutches and wearing a cast on my arm. According to the physicians, I might not fully recover my left leg's mobility for months, and even then, it might never return. A few months later, the trial got underway. Naturally, Ryan entered a not guilty plea. He believed that I was the one who drove him over the line, and that his actions were justifiable. His attorney attempted to claim that he was in the wrong frame of mind due to all that had transpired with our family, and that he had acted out of emotional anguish. However, the proof was incriminating. Several others who saw Ryan assaulting me were eyewitnesses, and they stepped in and contacted the police. The police report unequivocally demonstrated that Ryan had premeditated the attack, and the prosecution had medical papers outlining my injuries. There was no doubt that he had come to my house with the intention of hurting me. One of the most difficult things I had ever had to do is sit in that courtroom and watch my brother attempt to defend what he did to me. Throughout the trial, he didn't even glance at me. He sat as though he no longer recognized me. The worst part, though, was my parents, not me, who came to support him. Asterisk. He asterisk. They nodded as if they agreed with every word he said while they sat on his side of the courtroom and listened to him spew lies about how I had ruined his life. It felt like being stabbed in the stomach. they still selected me despite everything they'd done to me, everything the asterisk had done to me. He was the victim in this whole situation. The decision was obvious from the beginning of the trial, which lasted for a few weeks. Ryan received a 5-year prison sentence after being convicted guilty of aggravated assault. After 3, he will be eligible for parole. But to be honest, I don't give a damn anymore. I've come to terms with the idea that I no longer have a family. Not a biological one anymore. Throughout everything, Megan has been my biggest support. She is the one person who has supported me through difficult times without faltering. Moving on and achieving both physical and mental healing have been our main priorities. I've been attending therapy in an attempt to handle the trauma of what transpired, but it's taking a while. I feel like I'm finally making progress on certain days, although other days are better than others. On other days, I feel like a shattered, empty replica of the person I used to be, and I can't even look in the mirror. I will never allow my family to harm me again, though. I'm finished with them altogether. Thank you for reading if you've gotten this far. For now, I'm just attempting to live each day as it comes, without knowing what the future will bring. Although there will never be a perfect life, at least I now know who I can trust, and that is more valuable than any family could ever be. My parents perpetrated the most outrageous prank yet, right when I thought I had heard the last. About 6 months had passed since Ryan's sentencing. At last, things were beginning to return to normal for Megan. We weren't even discussing creating a family of our own. The nightmares had subsided, and I was improving in therapy. Until last week, things were gradually improving. I was to have lunch with Megan in a cafe close to her workplace. We did it frequently as a way to spend time together and break up the workday. However, she failed to appear that day. I waited at first, thinking perhaps she was simply running late. I called her phone and texted her, but to no avail. My heart began to race. Even if she's only saying she's stopped in traffic, Megan always responds and is never late. A feeling of icy fear crept over me, as if something terrible had happened. When I called her office, they informed me that she had left on schedule. Panic struck. I started driving around the neighborhood since I had no idea what to do and thought maybe she had been in an accident or her phone had died. I received a call from a blocked number at that point. I initially believed it to be a hoax, but I felt compelled to respond. The next thing I heard chilled my blood, therefore I'm glad I did. My mother's voice, which was simultaneously chilling and sickly sweet, said over the phone, "Your wife is with us. We're taking her to a safe place where you can't harm her anymore." My heart stopped beating. "What the?" I yelled, nearly causing the car to crash.
Nonsense might come in
What on
handy
earth are you
here.
discussing? Where's Megan?
Found something!
My dad's voice interrupted. "She's with us now. You have twisted her against her family and poisoned her mind. We're acting in her best interests. We're bringing her away from you to a place where she can think rationally." What I was hearing was unbelievable. My wife had been abducted by my own parents. In their perverted story, they honestly thought I was a villain, and now they were stealing Megan, my true love, in the hopes of rescuing her from me. I told them, "I swear to God, I'm calling the police if you don't bring her back right now." I'm not sure how I was able to remain composed. My father genuinely chuckled. "Do you believe that we fear the police? You are not her family. We are."
I bet we
She
can
would
catch
prefer not to
something
have
here.
her around. Never in my life had I been so blindly angry. I quickly
Okay,
contacted the
let's give
police.
it a shot.
I was going crazy while I waited for them to track down the home. I kept thinking about what they were going to do and where they could take me. It seemed like an eternity as the hours went by. At long last, the police called me. Megan had been located. She had been brought to a dilapidated motel on the outskirts of town by my parents. They were trying to deprogram her by keeping her isolated in a room and telling her to leave the enrichment of the family. Being the fierce woman that she is, Megan had already escaped the room and fled to the lobby of the motel, where she pleaded with the clerk to call me. She was safe when the police arrived, and my parents were taken into custody. They faced many charges, including wrongful imprisonment and kidnapping. I genuinely don't care what will happen to them now, but I don't care. Personally, I don't think they're alive. It doesn't matter what false beliefs they may have had or what excuses they give themselves for their behavior. I will never forgive them for attempting to take away the one person who is extremely important to me. The only thing that matters is that Megan is safe now. However, I will always remember my mother's voice when she stated that they were acting for her own good. They seemed to be living in another reality where I was the antagonist and they were the heroes. I have no idea what the future will bring, but I know that I will never again be with them. It's time to at last genuinely move on. Now to the X Story 6.
This
After my
is...
family took over my house and tried to push me out of my own room, I kicked them all out. I am a 26-year-old who lives with my parents in a home that I fully pay for. Although it sounds rather simple, it's much more intricate than that. I'll begin at the beginning. Last year, I purchased a home in the city. I pay for everything, including food, all of the bills, and the entire mortgage. Not a single penny is paid by my parents, Liz, 55F, and Tom, 55F, who are both retired teachers. Nor was it a case of moving back home because I couldn't afford rent. As a software developer, I actually earn a nice living, and I wanted to be nearer to employment options in the city. In addition, I felt that after they had supported me for years, it would be good to return the favor. It's a pleasant 3-bedroom home with a large living room and a backyard. It's nothing fancy but comfortable. I claim the master bedroom because I pay for everything. It has its own bathroom and a walk-in closet, which is a big plus because I detest having to share a bathroom. Since I spend around 80% of my time working from home, I set up my home office in the second bedroom with 2 monitors, comfortable chairs, and all the supplies I need. For family visits, the third bedroom was kept as a guest room. Everything was wonderful at first. While I worked and took care of the house, my parents, who were glad to be in the city, went about their own business. Since they were my parents and I felt good about supporting them after everything they had done for me, I didn't mind paying the bills. Then, however, a change occurred. My mother casually dropped a bombshell during breakfast one morning. My older brother Jake, 28F, and his wife Emma, 26F, were considering relocating to the city, she said. They have reportedly been having difficulties, and Emma is pregnant. They really need help, she added. At first I didn't give it much thought. I thought that if Jake and Emma relocated, they would find a tiny apartment close by, but they have a history of jumping from one horrible circumstance to another. Things took a turn for which I was unprepared to the point. A few days later, my mother sat me down and, in her most innocent voice, informed me that Jake and Emma had been invited to remain with us, albeit only temporarily, until they were able to get back on their feet. They didn't ask if I was comfortable with this, though. Oh no, they informed me after inviting them. Jake and Emma arrived with their luggage in hand, obviously intending to remain for the duration, while I was still processing the entire situation. The deal is this. As soon as Jake and Emma moved in, it was obvious they had no intention of leaving. I'm already anxious about the additional costs I'll have to pay. Now that I have 2 more people to support without anyone asking me for a deal, I'm paying for everything, groceries, utilities, the mortgage, etc. Although I like my brother, Jake isn't the most responsible person. He always gets himself in a predicament where everyone else has to save him. Emma seems decent enough, but I don't like her entitled attitude, which makes me feel like everyone should take care of her because she's expected. Almost instantly, the tension began to rise. Emma began constantly sounding remarks a few days after I moved home, but they are really bothersome. For example, this place is so big, it must be hard for you to clean it all by yourself. Or, when the baby stuff arrives, we're going to need a lot of space. At first, I didn't give it much thought. However, things became more heated one evening. Emma and Jake threw me away and said they needed a conversation. I hoped they would give financial assistance or perhaps apologize for the additional strain they were placing on me. However, no. So we've been thinking it would make more sense if we took the master bedroom, explains Emma in a relaxed tone. Jake interrupted. Yeah, the baby's going to need a lot of stuff, and your room has the walk-in closet and private bathroom. And I blinked, thinking I could have misheard. Let me remind you, these 2 were sitting here recommending that I give up my own room to them and their unborn child, even though I pay the mortgage and everything else. I was suddenly struck with boldness. I said, why don't you just take the guest room? While maintaining my composure. It's quite large. Emma looked at me as if I had just made a ridiculous suggestion. There isn't a walk-in closet in that room, she said. It will require room. I was finished. I refused to give up my room. You can either locate another place to stay, or use the guest room. Jake was somewhat taken aback, as if he was surprised that I wasn't simply leaving. However, Emma was blatantly insulted. I realized then that things weren't going to work out. Things quickly started to go south. I observed Jake and Emma become quite at ease over the course of the following few days. Their belongings were all over the place, with baby magazines strewn on the dining table and shoes kicked off by the couch. Emma even began discussing the crib's location as if she had already made up her mind that they would remain in the master bedroom. I had to attend a meeting in the office one day. For the remainder of the night, the house was strangely quiet. Nobody Somebody tried to quarrel with me or knock on my door. They must have realized at last that I was playing around. They didn't deserve to reside in my home if they didn't respect me. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. First update. I was hoping for a dramatic outburst, or for everyone to finally take me seriously once I handed down conviction papers. Rather, there was an uncomfortable silence in the home. Due in part to my inability to fall asleep, I woke up earlier than usual the following morning. I was waiting for a certain event. Perhaps my parents would try to persuade me, or Jake might knock on my door and insist that I change my decision. However, none of that took place. The house was deserted when I woke up and entered the kitchen. No parents, no Emma, and no Jake. I even wondered, wishful thinking I suppose, if they packed up and departed in the middle of the night. I waited for someone to say something, anything at all, while I sat at the table and made my coffee. I had no desire to engage in small talk or repeat my explanation. I wasn't going to back down now that I'd drawn my line. I couldn't continue living that way. They had pushed me too far. They showed me no respect, and they certainly showed no respect for the fact that I was footing the bill. My mother eventually entered the kitchen. She appeared to have had little sleep. She simply got a cup of coffee and sat across from me without saying anything at first. It was strange that neither of us knew how to respond to the awkward silence. The stillness was finally broken by me. She spoke softly and wearily. Honey, I know things have gotten out of hand. I just stared at my coffee and waited for her to continue without saying anything. Even though I knew she would have to apologize in some way, I wasn't going to let her get away with it. She went on, her voice shaking slightly. I didn't realize how bad things had gotten between me and brother. I guess I didn't see how unfair it was to you. We were just trying to help them. I was surprised by that. At least not this quickly. I didn't think she would confess. I briefly believed that perhaps she was finally realizing that I wasn't the bad guy in this scenario. However, I was still unable to get over my irritation with all that had transpired. With a stronger tone than I meant, I responded, "You didn't just ignore what I wanted. You always took his side, as if you thought I would give in and let them have whatever they wanted." She stared down at her coffee for a few seconds before speaking. "I understand," she muttered. "However, you reason that you've always been the more resilient one. He has never had it easy, Jake." She always used that as an excuse. Jake required more help. He wasn't strong, and he had struggled. Since I was the one with my life together, it seemed as though they didn't believe I had any boundaries. "You also believe that I've had it easy?" With my rage seething just below the surface, I asked. "This residence was purchased by me. The mortgage is paid by me. The groceries are paid for by me. Do you really believe that I can continue carrying you all indefinitely?" She nodded and groaned. "You're correct. We couldn't have asked for anything more from you. However, Jake, the baby is on the way." I interrupted. "The baby is not the point of this. You guys haven't shown me any respect, and this is about that." She looked tired as she sighed once again. "We believed we were acting appropriately," she ultimately stated. "Emma and Jake don't have much. And who is to blame for that?" I fired back. "I didn't request them to move in. None of this was requested of me. You can't keep saving them by putting me in a bad position. They need to learn how to live their own lives." She seemed to finally comprehend, or at least attempt to, as she nodded. She said, "We'll figure something out," in a softer tone. "But don't push us away, please. Not in this manner." I tried to relax and sat back. Since they were my parents, I didn't want to expel them. However, I also couldn't continue to live this way. They would have to leave if things didn't change. I said, as quietly as possible, "I don't want to push you out. However, things must change. I can't continue to be treated like I don't belong in my own home." She simply nodded silently without arguing. "All right," she said. "We'll find a solution." She then walked out of the kitchen, leaving me to think alone once more. At least it seemed like they were taking me seriously, though I wasn't sure if anything would actually change. When Jake eventually arrived later that afternoon, he appeared to have been holding his rage all day. He simply dropped down across from me in the living room, wearing the same angry look he had worn ever since I delivered him the eviction notice, without saying hello or anything else. I also remained silent and focused solely on my phone. "So this is how things will be?" At last, he spat, his voice dripping with resentment. "Are you really going to expel us?" I hardly raised my gaze. "I gave you a day. I'm going to contact the police if you're still here tomorrow." Jake snorted and shook his head as if I were the villain. "We are related. You don't treat your family like this." I reclined back in my chair and placed my phone down. "Yes, Family members also don't take advantage of one another. Do you really think you can just take over my house after weeks of freeloading without doing anything? Jake, I'm not your backup plan. After that, he didn't say much. For a minute, he sat there, obviously wanting to dispute, but he ran out of things to say. He understood I wasn't bluffing because I had outlined my criteria. Jake stood up, mumbling to himself, and went off again after a few more uncomfortable moments of stillness. Jake was typical, always fleeing when he didn't get his way. Almost too peacefully, the remainder of the day went by. Even though I had no idea what Jake and Emma would do, I wasn't going to change my mind. They had more than enough time to work things out, yet all they had done was snoop me. Everything would be decided in the following 24 hours. Second update, I got up early once more on the morning of their eviction deadline. I was aware that today would either be the day Jake and Emma moved out or compelled me to file a lawsuit. Oddly enough, I no longer felt angry. I didn't even feel nervous. The only thing left to do was to follow through on what I had already recognized had to happen. The home was still eerily quiet when I woke up and went into the kitchen. Almost like the quiet before a storm, it felt different. Even though the refrigerator was still very empty from Jake and Emma's most recent grocery run, I prepared myself some breakfast. I was able to pull together enough money for a good supper, and as I ate, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly things had gotten out of hand. It was all right only a few months ago. I was doing well with my parents. Life was wonderful. I was working, and I was paying my expenses. Everything went haywire when Jake and Emma arrived. When individuals begin to feel entitled to things they didn't earn, it's amazing how quickly things can shift. I heard footsteps in the corridor a few hours later. After entering the kitchen and getting a cup of coffee, my dad took a seat at the table across from me. At first, he sipped his coffee and gazed out the window without saying anything. I couldn't tell whether he was upset with me or simply unsure of how to respond. The silence was finally broken by him. He muttered, "Jake and Emma are leaving today." I took a while to reply. Although I felt awful about it, I knew that this was the proper thing to do. I couldn't continue to allow them to exploit me, and if it meant they had to go, then so be it. With a quiet voice, my dad remarked, "They have nowhere to go. Until they work things out, they will be staying at a hotel for a while." But I paused and turned to face him. I did experience some guilt, but I pushed it away right immediately. They hadn't done anything to help themselves, even though I had given them plenty of time to get their act together. I said in a firm voice, "I gave them a chance. They gave me no other option." My father did not quarrel. He simply nodded and took another sip of his coffee, without attempting to guilt-trip me as I had assumed he would. I believe he eventually realized that this time, I wasn't going to back down. We couldn't return to the way things were after everything that had transpired. Jake and Emma began packing their belongings at lunchtime. I spent the majority of it in my room because I didn't want to argue with anyone else or hear more passive-aggressive remarks. However, I knew something was going to happen when I heard Jake's voice growing louder down the corridor after a time. Jake did really knock on my door. He was standing there with the same irate expression he had had since the beginning of this whole situation when I opened it. "Are you really going to allow this to occur?" His voice was stern as he inquired. "You're simply going to dismiss us in this manner?" I leaned against the doorframe with my arms crossed. "I gave you a day. You were aware of what had to occur." Jake clenched his jaw, obviously attempting to control his rage. "We're family. You don't treat your family like this." I inhaled deeply while attempting to maintain my composure. "Families do not exploit one another. I won't throw you out without cause. For weeks, you have been wasting your time here without making any contributions. I've been covering everything, including the groceries and the mortgage. And you attempted to evict me from my own home and seize my wealth instead of showing gratitude. I will not allow that to occur." For a few seconds, Jake remained silent. He was obviously furious, but he had nothing more to dispute about it. Even though he didn't want to acknowledge it, he knew I was correct. "That's it then." At last he muttered in a quiet voice, "You're simply dismissing us." I answered, "I'm giving you the same option I gave you yesterday. You have two options. Either move somewhere else or respect my personal space by remaining in the guest room. However, you're going to leave if you're unable to accomplish it." Jake gave me one last look, then turned and left without saying anything else. I took a deep breath and shut the door. Although I knew it had to be done, the entire scenario had been drained. Jake and Emma had left by mid-afternoon. Sincerely, I didn't want to watch them go, so I didn't. A dramatic farewell was unnecessary. Without a word to me, they packed up their belongings, put them in their car, and drove away. After they left, the house was calmer and less tense. For the remainder of the day, I didn't hear much from my parents. They were fully still assimilating everything that had transpired. Despite her outward signs of distress, my mother remained silent. Perhaps she now understood that Jake and Emma had pushed me too far, and this was the outcome, and that I wasn't the cause of it all. My mother knocked on my door that night. She entered, took a seat on my bed's edge, and gazed at the floor for a long time. She was clearly struggling to find the proper words. She whispered, "They're gone." Without a word, I nodded. She said, "I never thought it would get to this point." I was unaware of the amount of pressure we were placing on you. I felt some of the frustration subside as I gazed at her. I tried to defend my position by saying, "It's not that I didn't want to help. However, you guys treated me as if my needs and personal space weren't significant." She nodded and groaned. "You're correct. We ought to have noticed it sooner." For several minutes, neither of us really knew what to say next, so we sat in silence. Although I could tell she was upset, at least she now appeared to get my point. After a while, I broke the stillness and said, "I don't want you and Dad to leave. But I can't continue living this way if things don't change." She stood up slowly and nodded once more. "We'll work it out," she said. "I promise, things will be different." I experienced an odd mixture of relief and fatigue as she walked out of the room. There was still work to be done with my parents, but the matter with Jake and Emma was finally resolved. Even though I knew it wouldn't be simple, at least they seemed open to listening now. I felt as though I could breathe for the first time in peace. The strain that had been choking me was gone, and the house was silent. Although it wasn't a flawless solution, I was at least able to regain my privacy and, more significantly, my respect. The house fell into a spooky silence when Jake and Emma left. Although I felt as though I could breathe at last, the incident continued to nag at the back of my mind. Even though I had won the fight for my room and my respect, I still questioned whether or not my relationship with my parents would ever truly return to normal. There was no turning back after I had drawn a firm line. Nevertheless, I thought that we could manage to proceed without all of the stress. The following days were peaceful, almost too quiet. My parents were largely private. Occasionally, my mother would say something courteous, but we never discussed it. My dad, who has always been the more reticent one, seems to completely avoid any confrontational situations. I wasn't sure if they were still processing everything that had happened or if this was their way of giving me space. In any case, I was fine with the silence. In order to do anything, I threw myself into my work in my home office for the majority of the day. Now, the office served as both my haven if I escaped from the turmoil of the previous several weeks. However, I would occasionally catch myself reflecting on how things had transpired. Even though I knew I had made the correct decision, I couldn't help but feel a little awful about how everything had gone so wrong. Something had to give because I had been taken advantage of for far too long. A week or so following Jake and Emma's departure, my mother entered my office as I was working. She seemed to be thinking about something, judging by the way she covered her distance. "Are you free for a moment?" Her voice was strangely gentle as she inquired. I turned to her and nodded, saving my work. "What's going on?" She nervously wrung her hands as she entered the room. "Everything has been on my mind, including Jake, Emma, and our treatment of me." I remained silent so she could talk. She seemed to have something she wanted to talk about. Her voice cracked slightly as she said, "I just wanted to say that we didn't mean to make you feel like you didn't matter. We believed that we were assisting Jake, but now I realize that we were overburdening you. We took advantage of the fact that you have done more for us than we could have ever dreamed for. I apologize." I was taken by surprise by the apology. Although I had anticipated some sort of recognition soon, it was more painful for me to hear her express it so bluntly. Her honesty was evident in her eyes, and for the first time in a long time, I had the impression that she genuinely knew how I was feeling. I tried to speak steadily as I said, "Thank you, Mom." However, it was more than simply the house or the money. Respect was at issue. I had the impression that none of you respected me or the work I was doing to keep things going. Although I didn't mind assisting, I couldn't continue to live like this. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and nodded. "You're correct. We ought to have honored your personal space. It won't occur once more." Long emotional chats weren't my thing, but this one felt essential. I felt as though a burden had been removed, and I could now envision a way forward free from ongoing conflict and animosity. I got a little regretful grin from my mom, and she went back to the kitchen. For several minutes, I sat there, taking in what had been spoken. Although it was not a complete resolution, it was a positive step. A few weeks later was the actual turning moment. By that time, a new routine had been established in the house. The unpleasant atmosphere that had pervaded every room since Jake and Emma's departure had gradually subsided, and my parents were more considerate of my personal space. After living in a battle zone for the past few months, I could finally feel the house turning back into a home. My dad was seated at the kitchen table one evening, looking especially serious, when I got home after an office meeting. Typically, my dad preferred to leave most of the hard talking to my mom. However, I could tell he had something significant to say by the way he was sitting and looking into his coffee cup. Trying to keep things informal, I said, "Hey," and got a drink out of the refrigerator. "Is everything all right?" His countenance was contemplative as he looked up. "I wanted to speak with you." Curious but not really concerned with what he had to say, I took a seat across from him. Lincoln folded, hands clasped in front of him, he inhaled deeply. "About the house and all of your efforts to maintain this place." I remained silent since I could tell he needed to vent. His voice was low as he started. "I realize I haven't said much. However, I've given it a lot of thought. I want you to know how much I appreciate all that you have done for this family, more than any of us could have ever imagined." I was surprised. Hearing my dad speak those words felt important because he wasn't the kind to open up like this. He went on, "You've carried more than your fair share, and you didn't ask for any of this. I apologize for the way things ended between Jake and Emma, and I just wanted to let you know that I see it. It struck me differently when he acknowledged everything I had gone through than when my mother apologized, because I could see he had been holding on to this for some time." Although neither meant more than the other, my dad's reserved demeanor somehow gave his remarks valuable. I said, "Thanks, Dad," since I was at a loss for words. "That is very significant." He took another sip of his coffee and nodded. "All I want is for things to improve for everyone." Although the chat was brief, it was sufficient. He seemed sincere, and I had the impression that things were at last beginning to improve at that precise moment. Over the next few weeks, things kept getting better. I no longer felt like I was bearing the burden of the home by myself once my parents and I established a new routine. They began to assist more, cleaning, helping with groceries, and generally showing respect for my personal space. Although it wasn't flawless, it was a significant step up from our previous situation. After they departed, I didn't hear much from Jake and Emma. According to my mom, they were looking for a place of their own and were spending some time in a motel. I refrained from prying. Even though I adored my brother, I needed him to learn how to be independent, so I had set clear limits. I'd be happy to stay away for a while if that meant it. About a month after the entire incident, Jake texted me one afternoon. It was succinct and direct, not his typical tone, but it sounded genuine.
Nice breeze!
"I understand that things went wrong. I simply wanted to apologize for the way things turned out. I hope we can speak soon as we work things out." I looked at the message for a long time, unsure of how to react. A part of me was grateful for the gesture, but another part of me was still upset about how everything had turned out. I took a while to respond. It took me longer to process. I took some time that evening to write a response, attempting to be polite yet explicit about my position. "I appreciate the message. I'm happy that you two are working things out. I need some time, but I hope we can communicate soon as well. When both of us are ready, let's catch up." A weird sensation of closure came over me as I pushed send. Even though I didn't expect things to be flawless, at least we could communicate once more. A few weeks ago, that was more than I could have imagined. I started to feel more at ease with everything as time passed. My parents were finally accepting my boundaries. There was no longer any tension in the house. Above all, I regained my sense of control over my life and my personal space. The journey here was not simple. One of the most difficult things I had ever had to do was to stand up for myself, especially when it meant going against my family. It was ultimately worthwhile. I had gained an important lesson. Even in your own family, respect is something you have to earn. It's not something you can demand. I earned mine too. In retrospect, I'm happy I didn't give up. It would have been simple to give in and let Jake and Emma take over my room, to allow my parents to continue to manage the house and their purposes. I didn't want that life though. I longed for my own personal space and dignity, and suddenly I had both. Perhaps Jake and Emma's situation will change in the future. Perhaps we'll be as close as we were before all of this drama. However, for the time being, I'm only concerned with living my life as I need to, and for the first time in a long time, that feels sufficient. Now to the next story 7. Paid for my wife's family vacation, but sister-in-law excluded me. At checkout, when she expected me to cover her bill, I made her pay. I never imagined feeling this depressed while lounging in an upscale Miami Beach resort. A family vacation that was supposed to be unforgettable has become a nightmare because of my sister-in-law, Ella, 38F. I'm accompanied by my wife, Ray, 42F, her aging parents, 76M and 70F, and Ella. We have been married for 10 amazing years. I'm already at my wit's end because of Ella's treatment of me just 2 days into this vacation. Over the past 10 years, Ray and I have established a pleasant life together. We have both put in a lot of effort to get to the senior positions we currently hold in our respective firms. Our success is reflected in our lifestyle. Bring up the routine of hectic lives. We take at least 3 large vacations a year in addition to a number of weekend excursions. We are able to travel widely since we decided not to have children. We've made it a point to take our parents along on one of our yearly vacations for the past 2 years. Her mother finds it difficult to travel with her father alone as his health has been progressively deteriorating. The trip this summer was particularly meaningful because Ray's father had mentioned that he had always wanted to go to Miami, where he and his wife had gone on their honeymoon almost 50 years prior. He spoke of it with a certain fervor that betrayed a dread that this would be his final opportunity to relive those treasured recollections. Given how expensive a week in Miami would be, I promptly turned down his offer to help with the costs. I wanted to do this for these individuals since they have been treating me like their own kid for the past 10 years. I can easily afford such costs because of my financial circumstances, and it was well worth the money to witness their happiness upon returning to Miami. When Ella asked to go with us, our journey took a very different turn. Ella has always been in a hard spot financially, unlike Ray and me. Her husband's salary hardly meets the necessities for her 3 school-aged children. She would always remark that she hadn't been able to afford a real vacation since her honeymoon whenever we shared pictures from our trips. She came up to us directly this year about going to Miami. I consented even though I knew I would be responsible for
Oh, Adol, you're back again. Oh, sorry, I wasn't in earlier. The weather was just so nice today. I thought I'd head to the backside of the island and catch up on some fishing. I reeled in a big one while I was out there, too. In fact, let me treat you to a meal.
She stopped me at that point. Oh, would you just snap the photo for us? Mom, Dad, Ray, and I are the only
something you needed to talk with me about?
Like a kick to the face.
Now
I
that
said
you
nothing,
mention it,
figuring they might
what
have
are
preferred
those
a single
things
picture
you've
of their
got
original
there?
family. However, this was not an isolated incident. Ella made it the central topic of our trip.
Oh, so that's what was inside those chests. Well, let me have a good look at them.
This one's just for family. I took over as the official photographer, spending all of my time behind the lens rather than creating memories with my wife and in-laws. Even worse, Ella began sharing these pictures on social media, fabricating a story about this family vacation in which I didn't exist. My in-laws would encourage me to take the pictures, and Ray would occasionally step in and stress that I was also family.
I'm all right.
To sway the situation until I was back in front of the camera. For their ideal family,
how could I have forgotten something so important?
I was looking forward to unwinding in the immaculate pool with its stunning ocean view after a
Thank you, Adol.
I was about to enter the
water. I was only able to remember what I've been waiting here for.
We want a picture of a girl that
because of you,
mom,
I shall tell you
what
of
began
it.
as a seemingly simple
The
request
time
ended
is
up
right.
involving me standing by the pool for an hour while Ella staged an ongoing photo session. The women appeared first, followed by a picture of a sibling and then another original family picture. Every time I attempted to join them, she would come up with a new combination that conveniently left me out. If my presence was such a hassle, I couldn't help but wonder why she had bothered to come on this vacation. The following day's boat ride incident was far more obvious. When we got to the tourist destination, they provided calm boat rides along the shore. Families with 4 people would love the boat's 2 rows of 2 seats apiece. However, we
just now?
Ella stepped right into
Pull
the
that
drive
out on the spot. Forget it. What matters is that we can use it to get to the back of the village.
This arrangement would be perfect for family photos, and made arrangements for Ray's parents to sit together in one row while she took the seat next to Ray in the second. In the subsequent photo, I found myself surrounded by strangers. They also purchased a memento of their boat ride with the family. This is the text, punctuated and clearly divided into paragraphs. Currently, Ella's social media feed features the picture. My entire holiday experience was well captured in the souvenir photo from the boat excursion, when I was awkwardly crammed between strangers as my wife and her family had wonderful memories without me. I couldn't help but observe that I was always the one who had to be left out of any situation. even though I was paying for this entire vacation. Ella never once volunteered to trade places or take turns being the odd one out. It was the same for dinner at the fancy seafood restaurant. I had been looking forward to this reservation for weeks, particularly asking for a prime table with an unhindered view of the sunset at one of Miami's most upscale waterfront restaurants. The hostess escorted us to a circular table for 6 when we got there, which was well situated to capture the golden hour light across the ocean. Ray's parents were seated across from us, and I had imagined us sitting together and taking in the scenery while we shared this beautiful time. Since Ella was a last-minute addition to our trip, she might have easily grabbed a seat on the side. Rather, Ella sat beside Ray before anyone could even bring out a chair, and her parents, of course, took the best seats. With my back to the sunset, I had deliberately planned this dinner around. I was forced into the worst conceivable position, between Ray's parents and the crowded server station. Ella's true colors came out when Ray attempted to defend me by proposing that we reorganize the seat. Telling Ray to stop being so clingy and reminding everyone that this was a family holiday, she yelled at her sister. As the evening wore on, the dinner only grew worse. I made an effort to engage in the discussion in the hopes of discovering some points of agreement, but Ella had other ideas. She would purposefully direct the conversation away from me toward things like high school escapades, family inside jokes, and childhood recollections whenever I tried to participate. Ella would constantly interrupt and reroute the conversation, even when Ray and her parents attempted to incorporate me by providing background or making connections between stories and current affairs. I felt like an outsider peering in at my own dinner table because of the unbreakable wall of shared history she built. I had stopped attempting to join in by the time dessert came. It was during our scheduled spa day that the last insult occurred. I had carefully set up private suites at the resort's opulent spa, one for Ella alone, one for her parents, and one for Ray and myself. I believed that the 4 of us could still enjoy the spa treatments together until my father-in-law opted to stay back at the beach because he wasn't feeling well. Ella, however, saw another chance to keep me out. She smiled and said they needed a girls' day at the spa, so I should keep her father company instead. She was once again forcing me to cancel an event I had organized and paid for, and she was using my father-in-law's illness as leverage to make me appear self-centered if I objected. The manipulation was clear. Despite not going as planned, the day ended up being better than I had anticipated. My father-in-law and I had one of our most sincere talks ever while we were sitting on the beach. We connected at a level we had never experienced before as he told us stories about his life and gave insights from years of experience. I wanted to vent my aggravation that had been building up over the years by telling him how his younger daughter was treated. However, I couldn't bring myself to burden him with family troubles, and I watched him relish the ocean wind and share his recollections with such content. One night in our hotel room, I had attempted to have a private conversation with Ray about this. She admitted that I felt upset, but her remark only made me more perplexed. She explained how their father's frequent military deployments had affected their childhood and implied that Ella's actions might not have been deliberate. Ella made me frantically attempting to relive those lost family times as their father's home here. They seldom never took formal family holidays together. I started to doubt myself after hearing Ray's explanation. Did I come out as too sensitive? I was paying for the vacation, so wasn't it proper of me to expect
Maybe this little one's our intruder.
How much Ella's actions had damaged my confidence since I was even doubting my right to be
really had me spooked.
Update 1.
Hey there, pal. You want some fish?
Posting about my difficulties online confirmed what I had been feeling all along. People remarked that Ella's exclusionary behavior was too regular to be coincidental, and behaviors demonstrated deliberate aim rather than careless
ideas on how I can get the little buzzball to warm up to me?
About fundamental respect and acknowledgement as a family member, not about having the right to be included just because I picked. My wife attempted to use their early experiences to justify her sister's actions, but the truth was more straightforward. Whatever Ella's reason, what she was doing wasn't acceptable. The persistent isolation and disrespect had gotten out of hand by the last few days of our journey to Miami. My breaking point was finally reached the morning before we left. In our hotel room, I sought some alone time with Ray and confronted her about her passive attitude during the trip, but her response remained centered on maintaining harmony. Although she admitted to observing Ella's actions, she maintained that confronting her would just cause drama and ruin what might be one of their father's final family vacations. Although what she said made sense, it seemed like yet another betrayal. Once more, family unity was being sacrificed at the expense of my sentiments. Something changed inside of me at that very instant. I nodded in agreement with Ray's request to move on, but my mind was already working out a strategy. Ella had joyfully savored the opulent lodging and facilities I was offering her, and she had spent the entire vacation treating me like an unwanted stranger. She seems to have forgotten that I was paying for every meal, activity, and spa treatment she had received during this entire trip. Maybe it was time to let her know exactly what it meant to pretend that I wasn't a member of the family. I started my strategy on the last morning we were in Miami. Claiming that Ella and I would follow, I casually advised Ray to take her parents to the airport before us. Ray quickly saw through my motives. "I understand what you're attempting to accomplish," she muttered. Her little nod was all the acknowledgement I needed. "Sure you know," I said, "and now you can remain neutral, as you have been for the whole trip." Ray appeared prepared to let karma run its course after observing her sister routinely keep me out of every family gathering for a week. When they were gone, I brought my well-thought-out plan to the front desk. The hotel's billing method was advantageous to me. All extra fees accrued during the stay were paid at checkout, even though the room rates had been paid in advance. Assuming I would pay for everything, this included every room service order, spa treatment, and poolside cocktail Ella had frequently. In an attempt to justify it for tax purposes, I asked the management to divide the bills by suite. The request was so routine that the manager didn't even bat an eye. I couldn't help but think about how Ella had never considered the financial or emotional consequences of her actions as I stood there watching him come to terms with the separation. That was about to change. I paid for my own accommodation and my in-laws suite and then waited for the big reveal. Ray's father's mobility challenges and wheelchair arrangements required additional time, so she and her parents were already en route to the airport. Ella and I were alone in the hotel lobby after that. Ella's face was devoid of color as she gazed at the itemized bill in her hands when the manager summoned her down to settle her account. The sum was astounding, likely many months' worth of her typical spending. As reality struck in, her uncertainty turned to panic as her gaze shifted between the bill and my face. "You're not covering mine?" Then I remained calm. "I've already paid for my family. You can cover for yourself." Ella struggled with her credit card and gave it to the manager, her hand trembling a little. My suspicions were only verified by the declined transaction notification. She had been living far beyond her means for the entire week, confident that I would pay for it. Her credit limit was not even close to covering half of her debt, even when the manager swiped her card once again. She was now feeling the effects of all those girls-only spa days and fancy dinners, and this time, her assigned ATM wasn't saving her. It was pure theater for the next half hour in the hotel lobby. Ella paced back and forth, attempting to come up with a plan for dealing with this sudden issue. She would look at me frantically, obviously hoping that I would get in and offer to pay, but I remained seated on the comfortable couch in the lobby, appearing composed while relishing every moment of her situation. I knew that if she had just apologized during the journey, I could have ended her agony with a swipe of my card. However, Ella's pride prevented her from doing so. Rather, as though she still had the right to my money after a week of treating me like an unwanted invader, she wanted me to offer to help. She finally took the role she had been putting on. As she described the circumstances, I could hear her husband's anger rising over the phone. He was demanding to know how she could spend so carelessly, as the bill she had accrued was almost equal to his entire monthly salary. The money was finally transmitted to pay the account after what seemed like an eternity of difficult conversations and perhaps some desperate promises on her part. Ella sat quietly in the taxi on the way to the airport, perhaps still analyzing her husband's reaction upon her return home. Her problems were far from done, but she was unaware of this. She found out I hadn't finished her flight check-in when we got to the airport, which was already getting close to departure time. She was left standing in the ordinary line, fumbling with her bags and getting more and more agitated as she watched the minutes pass, while I breezed through priority check-in. When I had discreetly booked business class upgrades for Ray, her parents, and myself at the gate, a pleasant surprise to round off their trip comfortably. That was the last straw. When Ella stuck with her original budget seat, the full tale was conveyed by the expression on her face as she walked past our loaded business class seats. She remained silent, but her stiff posture and clenched jaw settled on. We had first-class service up front, and she sat in economy. At last, Ella's calmness broke the instant it touched down. Tears were streaming down her face as she started into her account of bets, virtually running to her parents and baggage claim. Her dramatic account claimed that I had purposely denied her the flight upgrades, humiliated her in public, and left her in the hotel. Immediately, she omitted the bit about her week-long effort to keep me out of every family activity. As she went on with her performance, her father, who was already exhausted with the trip, became literally upset. She was too preoccupied, portraying herself as the victim of my alleged mistreatment to care about his health, even at this precise moment. There were no strong points. I remained composed and waited for the appropriate opportunity to argue my position. When they did talk, I described how she had deliberately kept me out of every family activity while on the trip that I made. One by one, I exposed every family-only picture, every state scene arrangement, and every purposefully private conversation, including the reasoning was straightforward. Why should she ask me to pay for her constant family if she didn't think of me as family enough to be included in her efforts? When her mother stepped in, her performance broke us down. Ray's mother had enough of her daughter's antics after a week. Finally, Ella, she said, "We don't want to get involved. We noticed you cornering him the whole time. We urged you to include him, but you had your own plans to sideline. Now deal with it." Ella reacted indignantly, refused to take responsibility. She accused me of controlling the family with money, her true colors name. "You partnered with your husband to humiliate your sister, your own blood," she yelled, turning to face Ray. "You'll see what this man is going to do. He's going to sleep with another woman right under your nose, and you won't be able to do anything. You're blinded by his money." Ray responded angrily to the unfounded accusation, making the baggage claim area seem like a scene from a family drama. Without Ray's father, the situation might have been worse. He had sat in respectful silence the entire journey, watching everything from St. Louis. His straightforward remark, "Ella, your brother-in-law has done enough. If you can't appreciate it, better keep your mouth shut." Put an end to Ella's outburst, but the heart of family ties had already been done. There was a profound stillness in the airport terminal following my father-in-law's last remarks. With quiet firmness, he asked me to park by the way, and I hurriedly assisted him to the car. Ella stood there by herself and waited alone. Even though she was 75 short, she was too proud to beg for a ride. And in the taxi came to be absorbed because she had a ride with us and hadn't brought her own car to the airport. However, after a week of her purposeful seclusion, I lost the mood again. It was a quiet journey to my in-laws' house. They both sincerely thanked us for the vacation when we got there. He extended embrace for my father and conveyed more than words could possibly express. Everything was validated by that hug. After we got home, Ray and I resumed our regular routines and at first avoided talking about what had transpired. Until Ray finally broke the quiet a few days later, the subject remained unexplored. She disclosed that Ella was dealing with severe financial repercussions. Her husband was seeking full
Runaway.
since he was
I
upset
wonder
over
who
having
it could be.
It'd have to be someone brave enough to make a break for it and skilled enough to pull it off.
I can't think of anyone I know who fits that bill.
More importantly, those Krieger have completely thrown a wrench in my business. But surely the mighty Balta Sea Force will waste no time driving those scoundrels out for us.
Quit rubbing your palms together like that before you get on my nerves.
Ella has selected her
I wonder what kinds of wildlife we'll find.
expensive lessons are also the most successful. An update on Thanksgiving, I got a range of responses after posting my tale online. Some said that I was too severe and that I ought to have just paid the price to maintain harmony. In order to finance everyone's lavish vacation, they wanted me to be a doormat and silently accept being treated like an outsider. However, I refused to be used that way since I'm aware of my value. I only wanted Ella to be treated with basic respect and included in family events. I never intended her to grovel or become my servant. Her pride was more important to her than making amends, yet even after everything, I would have paid for her expenditures if she had just admitted her mistake and apologized. In actuality, Ella and I never had a close relationship. When she would visit Ray, our interaction was limited to courteous greetings and family events. Over the years, we didn't have any meaningful conversations or a true connection. Nevertheless, because she was family, I readily agreed to pay for her trip when she requested to go on vacation. That kindness ought to have at least gained her some fundamental respect, but instead it seemed to strengthen her resolve to keep me out of her life. Ella's husband was still furious that he had to spend all of his money to pay for her exorbitant expenses. She had accrued a bill that was almost equivalent to a living wage. If their spouse spent a week acting like a princess on someone else's alleged dime, no working individual would be pleased to see their hard-earned money go. However, rather than take ownership of her actions, Ella did what she does best, which is to fabricate a story in which I am the villain who purposefully humiliated her and she is the victim. Knowing that Thanksgiving might include the final holiday spent with my father-in-law due to deteriorating health, my mother-in-law had been organizing an extra special celebration.
Now that's a fine catch.
However, Ella's husband's refusal to go through a wrench in preparation. Why? He couldn't tolerate being seated at the same table with someone who could make fun of someone who wasn't as wealthy. My mother-in-law finally had enough at that point. She sat him down and told him everything about Ella's actions on the trip to Miami. She said to him, "Check out the pictures from the vacation. really look at it. Ella's own social media post had photo after photo, purposefully cut down, shoved behind the camera, or pushed to sit apart. It was impossible to ignore the visible evidence of my systematic extortion. My mother-in-law described how she and my father-in-law had made several attempts to involve me, but Ella had always found new methods to keep me out of the picture.
Looks like we can land there. Wanna check it out?
This was very painful. Although we weren't close friends, we always
All
had
right,
moments
let's disembark.
on Thanksgiving or other holidays. I had never denigrated the president's financial circumstances, so I had never even entertained such ideas. We were two men who enjoyed the same family, doing our best to provide for our wives and our lives. Ella would go to great lengths to avoid accepting responsibility for her actions, as seen by the way she had tricked him into classes built. After everything that had transpired, I was hesitant to attend Thanksgiving dinner, but I went out of respect for my father-in-law. A convenient explanation of visiting his parents was used to justify Ella and her husband's absence.
I bet we can catch something here.
It was far more repulsive than I had anticipated. Any surface until after my father-in-law
Okay,
shot the
let's give it a shot.
Instead of significant argument, Ella's marriage had been scarred by my arrogance. Instead of being humiliated for the event, she had used her shame as fuel to continuously disparage her from the days music. Even though she only worked 40 hours a week as a part-time employee, she started pressuring him to take on a second job from his full-time job. He accepted a reasonable requirement that he take a break from childcare and domestic chores in exchange for a week from more work. This concession infuriated Ella. Ella's husband had sobbed while telling her that, according to my mother-in-law, it was astounding how much was expected of him. While she had a relaxed schedule, Ella wanted him to work well for 40
let's
hours
give it a
week
shot.
and still handle his fair share of household duties. His self-centered attitude that he was so noticeable.
Show me what you got, brother.
I'll bite it.
After spending a week of doing debt she was unable to pay, Elizabeth was now criticizing her diligent husband for a unreasonable lifestyle.
Yeah,
Ella's
I
mother
hooked
always
one.
done everything she could to help her see the light. She tried to convince Ella that her demands were unrealistic, supported her son-in-law, and gave advice to her daughter. However, Ella had become dangerously aroused by the taste of luxury during our journey. Once claiming to be happy with modest family holidays, the woman was suddenly consumed with the life she hadn't earned. The situation got so bad that my mother-in-law had to give a firm order at last. She bluntly advised Ella that she shouldn't count on the family's support if her actions resulted in a divorce. More significantly, she was cautioned not to discuss marital issues with her father because the stress of seeing his daughter's marriage fall apart due to her newfound materialism.
Here, let me help.
Ray has thought about how our well-being
Let's do this.
the way home.
That went well.
There's no turning back once you taste the luxury of a private island. I recalled the remark I'd seen on display at the resort. Once you experience the luxury of a private island, you never set foot on public. This also applied to someone who had entered business class after years of economy. Her spouse was now annoyed because we had unintentionally allowed Ella to see the waste life she couldn't support. I felt bad about the whole thing, not because it was her paid for own expenses, but because I exposed her to a lifestyle that had so thoroughly distorted her viewpoint. She momentarily had luxury, but now her husband
looking good.
Had to work hard to support his family, being punished for not being able to sustain. All I did was hope she would change
That
her
went
mind
well.
while living a lifestyle she couldn't afford. Now to the next story. Caught my wife smiling as her look around the eyes. I filed for divorce, and now she's begging for forgiveness. My spouse, 30F, and I, 32F, recently got back from an extended camping trip with two other couples who have been friends for years. We had a terrific visit, but I still can't get over what happened the morning of the party. As we prepared to return home, we were all happy. I noticed my wife and my friend when I looked up from loading our car. They were a few feet distant from the campsite. I watched as he reached out and squeezed her hip while slipping his hand down her ass while she was stooping to pick something up. My wife pushed his hand away swiftly, but she didn't seem furious. Instead, she was grinning at him in a way that was almost amusing. I felt as though I had been punched in the stomach, but it all happened so quickly, maybe a second or two. I looked about, but it didn't appear to be observed by anyone else. The second couple was farther away, talking about the travel bag, while his wife was busy packing up their car. It was the calm drive home. My wife attempted to strike up a discussion, but I was unable to concentrate since I kept thinking about that event. I pretended that I was just thinking about work when she questioned why I was so silent. To tell the truth, I was stunned. I was reluctant to mention it. She could try to convince me that I was being crazy or that I was just having hallucinations if I brought it up. I had the impression that I was going through the rest of the day automatically. I can scarcely concentrate at work today because I didn't get much sleep last night. Every aspect is being questioned by my rushing thoughts. Everything seemed in order, and aside from what I witnessed, the remainder of the vacation was fantastic. I'm unsure if I understood the scenario correctly. However, the smile on her face seemed too casual and welcoming for something that went too far. I adore my wife dearly. Since our first year of college together, I have never had any cause to question her. Even though she is my best friend, I'm having trouble untangling a knot in my stomach for the first time. I've always had great faith in her and have never been the kind of bride. However, as I sit here, I'm debating whether or not to check her phone. Even if I wanted to, I'm not sure how I could accomplish it without her figuring it out because it's password protected. I know I have to take action because this is getting to me. Is it foolish of me to look through her phone? And how could I if it's password secure, even if I wanted to? Update 1, I located her iPad. Since there was no password, I was able to log in, and her phone is still linked to it. She's using Telegram. There, they have been conversing. She is cheating, but I'm still reading through the messages. I'm attempting to maintain my composure so that I can make the right decision going forward without ruining this. How should I proceed? When she gets home, should I confront her? Should I confront him at his home? Please assist. Update 2. I appreciate all of your advice. I kept it a secret from her. I've sequestered myself in my home office, claiming that I have work to catch up on. She is not a suspect. The iPad stayed with me. She won't even realize it's gone because she hasn't used it in a long time. As an additional precaution, I used my phone to take screenshots of every message they sent. As far as I can tell, they have been communicating for at least 8 months. Their primary means of contact is Telegram. After splitting from me and his wife, they appear to have exchanged explicit communications and even planned to formally announce their relationship. It's unbelievable that she would harm him in this way. She even texted him a suggestive picture of herself earlier this evening while she was heading to the gym, based on the communications I read. She wanted to be intimate and began kissing me as soon as she got home. I declined, stating that I had some work to do. I'll take the advice I've been given here and get some evidence because I'm confused and unable to think clearly right now. I'll go to work on those actions. Additionally, I've noticed a number of comments suggesting that I keep my money apart from hers. We have joint bank accounts and co-own the apartment where we reside. She is aware that I had a sizable legacy. For my parents, who passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. Even if she doesn't have access to that money, is there anything I can do to safeguard it in case something goes wrong? Fortunately, we are not yet parents. Update 3. Since I occasionally work from home and had no meetings this morning, I used the time to look up and call attorneys. Although most couldn't schedule me until next week, I have 2 consultations scheduled for tomorrow. As soon as I get a lawyer and get myself covered legally, I will tell his wife and present her the evidence. Before I determine what to do next, like addressing my wife, I'll allow her time to organize her affairs and, if she so desires, hire a lawyer. I have no idea why I'm feeling this way. For some reason, I'm more numb than outraged. The messages, particularly the explicit ones, make me feel ill and queasy. I feel like I'm living someone else's life, even though I'm only doing what I have to do at the moment. I'm not sure how long I can maintain this poker look before she realizes something's wrong. I appreciate all of your support and messages. Update 4. I appreciate all of the advice you have given me. I have been keeping myself occupied with work and going to the gym, so not much has happened since yesterday. My wife is aware that the anniversary of my parents' deaths is approaching in approximately 1 month. I simply said that I was thinking about them when she questioned why I am here to live. A handful of my scheduled lawyer consultations are today, but the majority are scheduled for next week. After I choose a lawyer and I'm aware of my options, I will provide another update. Final update. My divorce papers were filed this morning after I found a great lawyer who was able to draft them in a matter of days. Since I reside in a no-fault jurisdiction, none of the adultery evidence I collected will be utilized in court. The good news is that since I didn't spend my fortune on married expenditures, it's safe. One of us will have to buy the other out, or we will both have to sell our condo, which was a wedding present with equal down payments from both sets of parents. I gave my ex-friend's wife a ring on Saturday and invited her over for coffee. Ironically, her husband and my wife had taken an overnight excursion together, which is why I picked this day. Through their texts on the iPad, I learned that my wife had informed me that she would be spending the weekend at her sister's house to assist with the children while her sister's husband was away on business. Meanwhile, her spouse said he was gone on a project for work. In actuality, My wife's spouse was paying for their hotel stay while they were traveling out of town together. I showed his wife the telegram pictures and messages. She informed me that a few months prior, she had observed that he was being aloof, but she had never believed that he was cheating and had dismissed it as work-related stress. She was devastated to learn that her husband was having an affair with my wife, who is also her friend. I provided her my lawyer's contact information in case she wanted it throughout our lengthy conversation. She's thinking about her choices. Sunday evening, after visiting her sister's house, my wife came home. Just after spending the weekend with her lover, she came to the door, kissed me, and said she missed me. She has nearly demonic compartmentalization skills. We needed to chat, so I sat her down. We live in a one-party consent state, so I did as my lawyer advised and taped the entire conversation. It proceeded like this. I begged her to swear to tell the truth. Despite her apparent nervousness, she answered, "Of course, baby." I then posed a number of queries, including, "Do you love me?" "Yes." "Are you satisfied with me?" "Yes, darling, of course." "Have I treated you well as a husband? Do I treat you fairly?" "Yes and yes." "So why are you betraying me?" After a whole minute of staring at me in disbelief, she started to dispute it. After some time passed, I advised her to stop acting as I already knew the truth. On a night out with her partner a few months back, she finally broke down and confessed to kissing a man who had been making advances on her at a pub. I'm not sure why, but the whole thing was so ridiculous that I started giggling at this point. She had cheated on him more than once. She had done it whenever she could. I questioned her about whether or not she had cheated before. She vowed fervently that it was the only occasion, that it was a sign of weakness, that she was intoxicated, and that it had no significance. I told her I had filed for divorce, but I remained silent and gave her my lawyer's business card. I wanted to speak with her once to see whether there was anything worth preserving about our marriage, so I hadn't filed yet. I instructed her to call my lawyer if she wanted to get in touch with me. After crying, pleading, and apologizing, she started gaslighting me by claiming that I was discarding everything we owned because of a single error as I was packing a suitcase. Her statement that you have no one else in the world was the worst. Why would you abandon your lone surviving family? I informed her that she was the only family member I had left after my parents passed away and that I could rely on no one else. Thus it hurt that she responded negatively. That evening, I departed for a motel, where I will remain until I locate a new flat. I formally filed for divorce yesterday. Edit. I kept my knowledge of my ex-friend's affair from her. I said nothing about the other affair when she confessed to kissing a stranger at the pub. After confronting him, my ex-friend's wife called my wife and yelled at her. I don't blame his wife for being upset when I spoke with her. She had been traveling out of town to visit her ailing mother, but her husband took advantage of the opportunity to spend time with my wife rather than providing for her. I was caught off guard when my wife confessed to kissing a stranger, so I kept the affair a secret. It might not seem like much in comparison to the double life she was living with my friend, but it was shocking to me at the time when I discovered how much she wanted to cheat on me. I simply went since I was too furious to speak to her without losing my temper. Leaving made more sense than trying to figure out why she had been having an affair with my former friend. She continued to call and leave messages that night after I left the house. My ex-friend's wife ceased attempting to contact me after she phoned her the following day and addressed her husband as well. Both she and he have been completely silent ever since. I connected the dots because I stopped getting calls from my ex-friend's wife completely around the time she messaged me to tell me she had confronted him and phoned my wife. Now to the next story 9. Religious girlfriend confesses to getting drunk and having fun with 4 men at party, but the truth was far darker. I've been seeing my girlfriend, who we'll name Katie, for 4 years. We met while we were in college. Her parents were strict when she was in high school, so I'm the first person she's ever dated. Because of their religious beliefs, her parents oppose having sex before marriage. We've been waiting since Katie and her parents are really close, even though I don't really care about it. I had intended to pump the question within the next 6 months now that she had graduated. I had chosen a ring and everything. This girl had me completely smitten. But last night, or more precisely last weekend, that all changed. Since high school, Katie has had a male closest friend, whom her parents disapproved of due to his sexual orientation. Let us refer to him as Leah. Being in the same college as him meant they could spend as much time together as they wanted, which made her very happy. Although I've never been a huge fan of the male best friend dynamic, I was willing to overlook it because he was allegedly gay. However, he came out as bisexual 2 years ago. I requested Katie to stop spending time with him alone because I never felt comfortable in his presence. She said that, like her parents, I tried to control her and didn't support him. I informed her that I would not be staying for it, but that it was up to her if she wanted to continue seeing him alone. Although it was the largest issue we had ever faced together, we managed to resolve it. As a compromise, we agreed that Liam and his partner could spend time with me and Katie together, but never by themselves. I only wanted to establish a fair limit. I never intended to cut her off from her pals. But until Liam transferred to another institution during the summer, the four of us only met up twice. Katie continued to communicate with him via Discord, maintained friendships with him and his ex-boyfriend, and even joined them and a few other pals to create a gaming server. Despite the fact that the majority of these buddies were guys, she reassured me that nothing amusing was happening and that the majority of them even had girlfriends. Liam invited her to his birthday celebration last weekend. To make sure I was comfortable with her leaving, Katie wanted to discuss it with me first. Even though it was only a 2-hour drive away, she claimed she hadn't seen him in 2 years. There would be a number of her Discord server pals, including women who she had never met in person before, as well as Liam's girlfriend. Unfortunately, I couldn't accompany her because I had a weekend excursion scheduled that would take me out on Friday and return on Sunday. However, I assured Katie that I trusted her and that I didn't mind if she went to see her friends. The issue began on Saturday evening. She sent me a text message in the morning while she was heading to the party, another text when she arrived, and a few more messages to check it during the day. Around 9 or 10 p.m., Katie informed me she intended to drive back. However, the messages ceased at that moment. I didn't bother her because I thought she was just enjoying herself and didn't want to come across as domineering. She eventually arrived at approximately 2 in the morning, and I stayed up to keep an eye on her whereabouts to make sure she got home safely. Although it was out of the ordinary, I trusted her and didn't want to assume anything. I assumed she would explain that she simply got caught up in having fun with her pals when I called her in the morning. She didn't pick up the phone when I called her on Sunday morning. A few minutes later, she wrote back to say she wasn't feeling well, had been sleeping, and had a hangover. Given that Katie doesn't drink, this was odd. I wished her well, advised her to drink a lot of water, and boarded my trip home. She was cuddled up in my bed, in the dark, when I got to my flat. She has my apartment's key, but she rarely uses it because I'm typically there to open the door with her. She remained silent when I questioned her about why she hadn't stayed in her flat to relax. She has hardly left my room since and has been complaining about not feeling well for the entire week. I've been visiting home during my lunch breaks to check on her since she took time off from work. Katie saw that she woke up. Other than using the restroom, it's the first time Mom left my room since I returned home.
Mona!
I asked her what was wrong with her. She told me that she had committed a terrible act. Leah offered to bring her home after she admitted to being incredibly intoxicated by accident on Saturday night. After leaving Liam off, 3 of her buddies from the Discord gaming server hopped in a second car to follow them and drive her home. They assisted Katie in climbing the stairs and entering her flat once they arrived. Then she had intercourse with them all, she claimed. Each of the 4 men. According to Katie, she was completely out of it and doesn't recall the majority of it. Because she loves me so much and didn't want to upset me, she said she's been unwell ever since and has been trying to figure out how to help me. She threw away her virginity. She was ostensibly saving her marriage. The other guys rather than the man who'd taken care of her for the previous 4 years, even though she could be upset. I found her in my apartment because she said she had informed me as soon as I returned, but she couldn't bring herself to do so since she didn't want to lose me. She pleaded with me not to end our relationship. I informed her that I needed some alone time in my life. After that, she pleaded with me not to force her to return to her apartment. I told her she may return to my room as I didn't want it more. I could hear her sobbing sporadically. Admittedly, I was moved to tears myself. It's not only that she relationship.
Let's catch our breath.
I was about to pop the question. My faith in her has been betrayed. I haven't been able to concentrate all day at work. If she's still there, a part of me wants to tell her to leave the city and get home and see her ever again. A part of me wants to speak to her before I turn to my hair with me. I'm able to keep her to her standards and direction. Okay, this is triggering words everywhere. I apologize if everyone is my last notice. I'm finally getting home to my own speak with my girlfriend that earlier was there. To start, I didn't care. It was great. Looking at my previous post with her organization computing every charge, which is one of the main reasons why many of you believe it was a fake. Since I left work to see how Katie was doing, I hadn't even opened Reddit. At the time, it wasn't even close to my top priority. One moment he says he has a litigation with the next she met his partner. Consistently with her just to make sure she didn't home safe. I looked up her whereabouts on Saturday night. Since I am not a stalker who always for everyone, I did not want the information after that. I wanted to know her precisely. I displayed your location and text messages in exchange with that person. Furthermore, not everyone knows the friend. My girlfriend had used an app since I knew what she does. I don't need to be a stalker, therefore no, I don't receive information. Whatever necessity is, I apologize. I wanted to let everything out since, as I previously stated, I had been told my friends that she had warned me when it transpired that evening. I had all of this information about the situation circling around in my mind. The full content is false, but the update is relevant.
Mona!
TLDR update was written by the update. After learning that my partner had been raped, I apologize for making a disorganized approach.
How's that?
I brought back the correct mistakes.
Take a look. There's no ladder. Must be a way to climb up somehow. Let's poke around the area.
I think there's something around here. Found something!
I'm right. I thought she had cheated on me and was considering a relationship. No worries that she was potentially drugged and raped. I'm right. Once again, she had intervention. It was still a shock. I thought she would have mentioned getting
A rare find!
but she didn't. I didn't even consider the possibility that she might have herself responsible. Because this did not help because I had the personal marriage and I wanted to trade on.
Waterfall flows out of a caldera. Not a bad view at all. I heard there was a huge eruption here a long time ago. But it's hard to picture.
What's this? Found something!
Personally excellent off she must have been carried this house. Even though I wish what I wrote was
Let's make tracks!
I just go straight to this section. I was in this west line.
Turn to blade! I think there's something around here.
Just
found something! Let's make tracks!
Everybody for years, and not just strangers you met online.
Turn away! Turn to blaze! Rage! Mana fire!
Liam's girlfriend, a few of other men, and several of their partners were also there. There were only around 15 people involved, and most of them were women. All who gets in, Liam's closest pals at his residence was all that was intended. It wasn't even intended for alcohol to play a significant role. Since they hadn't been able to go together in person for a while, most of them were just confined themselves at the start of the party. Since many of the individuals were LGBTQ+, there was little distinction between the sexes. They would engage in general activities which were simply small groups to follow. One of the visitors gave everyone mystery shots at the halfway point of the celebration. He had persuaded Katie to take it for his birthday, even though she first objected. Everyone urged her to try the shot after learning that she had never had one before. Katie emphasized that it was just one shot and that it would wear off before she had to try it all. Not the offer, she may wait as long as it took for her to feel safe. She finally took the shot as she felt first. Things became less obvious after that. People were arguing with the gap. She is unsure of the specific individuals keeping on holiday, thinking she didn't want to spoil Liam's celebration. If nothing else, she was confident Liam would protect her. Katie claimed that even though she didn't feel well, she was if something wasn't real, and he kept telling her that it was okay. She recalls being quite out. See,
Nice! It worked! We should try grabbing any other spots that look like they might budge.
Of course, I'll support her through that as well if she ever decides she does want to submit. One thing is that position. She was waiting for she could get my heart discomfort, which is one of the reasons she spent the majority of this time curled. After some persuasion and assurance, she consented even though she would be the one to body out. She can see her on Monday. I'll also get tested with pregnancy. I'm concerned. You've spoken a lot. Some shit. Honestly, it's so necessary to share the abundance. She gets this level of effect. I'm not forcing her to return to her work. There's a person who suggested that I will be ready. Advice on this is scheduled therapy and other activities. I will be taking the entire next week off. I will spend part of it this time. I promise to support you.
Mona!
Once more, I want to express my on my initial post. I understand the self-centered thing that was. I hope that everyone will find something helpful. I hope that you comments were I had something to make sure she was not just herself. He's ranged on and stuff. She's looking to allow this to be she was unwilling before the violence. You should also speak with the girlfriend and find out why he did that. This is what he did. He has to be on this. Restore her purpose. She was the important parents. You are sleeping in the chamber. It's not okay. She doesn't want
Mana sense might come in handy here. Found something! Something's there.
Nice work, Adel!
A rare find! I did it! Stronger the better! How's that? Fly ball!
Shit.
And you're off! Run away! How's that? Incinerate! Found something!
Am I the asshole for kicking out my dad after he said he couldn't afford to feed me anymore? Original post. Boom. Here's the backstory. 28, I got my own house. My dad basically.
But we're fine.
Oh, I knew that.
Since I'm your boss, I should have had it then. But I don't budge, so he reluctantly agrees to buy groceries. From the moment he moves in, it's just one problem after another. He leaves a mess everywhere, he doesn't clean up. He smokes inside even though I make it clear it's a no-go. Things like that are a problem. I have a woman, and he just has this meltdown over it. So I tell him, listen, if he can't respect my space, he'll have to find somewhere else to stay. Things settle for a minute, but last week, he and me were at the hotel and I buy groceries this week. I'm like, why? He says, well, and admits he spent all his cash on smokes and drinks. That was it for me. I was coming back in my other place, having the flashbacks to me when I was a teen. I told him that no. So, hey, I sent your values. He didn't follow me. Get it? I never thought my process would go to so many reactions. I'm glad I'm not a TA, and thank you for your support. I'd like to clear up. You know, there was one thing. Giving him as please don't tend to put support to a side relationship. The societal response is that a son should take care of his own parents. This was one of the reasons I agreed to take it. I knew I could do something good for him. It would change his future. The feeling of being validated by my own dad after years of incredibly strong connection. I see now how foolish it was to take it.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
I've changed myself. He breaks it. He has no good sense of smart.
Go bite! Ready and... That went well. Go bite!
Good.
Ready and... Yes! Pulled in a big one!
I think they're going to tell me, which they haven't already said earlier. Commented. I'm guessing at some point he's used the phrase, my house, my rules, and that's the sort that cuts both ways.
Yes! Pulled in a big one!
Down there. Sorry to disappoint, but the process was surprisingly amazing. The day of the last post, my dad told me he needed to talk. I braced myself.
Have you?
He said that he compared the disrespect I've shown him, that he was never going to contact me again. His words that he could feel me as a son. I told him if he needed help in the future, God said, I must have heard his condition. He stopped and said he was making something I will not do again. He lived in it. As I said earlier in the first post, he had little to add, and had most of his possessions in storage. He didn't tell me where he was going, and didn't hear it. You know, I was comfortable with it. The toxic part of my life was being raised. I'm feeling a different kind of thing. Where he goes now is not.
Incinerate! How fast? Run away!
French takes this over. French like better to be safe than sorry. France and I will be making this independence in order to free. Actually, I'm independent from these ones. I mean, I just looked at yourself and didn't fully I did you. You never remember when you refused to bring back into the box of being a child in regards to dealing. And accepting and respecting that leaving was what you needed to do. And it's
Incinerate! Burn away!
and since his father has moved out of the house. Second, I consider bringing the
Mana!
Consider bringing vegetarianism during the vegetarian. He's an excellent state. I've never asked him to stop.
Burn away! Burn away! How's that? Burn away! Incinerate!
Instead of chicken broth, so I think that's. I think my boyfriend suggested it. My boyfriend on vacation. Instead of having that option, mostly seafood and places because of their vacation. You have to manage to find a veggies or something like that in most places. I'm not sure if I can actually get myself during the trip. My choice to be vegetarian, I feel bad for no animals or things treated on the nature of how they I choose to stay home together. I miss sushi and steak. My boyfriend said he's upset that I'm considering vegetarianism. It makes him feel like he's hungry. It makes him feel like a trip. I know he's not sharing. Because they've been able to cook a steak. We've never been able to share a steak.
Don't let him get away again! Watch out for the poison on his knife! You'll be paralyzed if you so much as mix you with it!
I've had enough of this little chase you've sent us on. You've given us way more trouble than we should put up with from an old codger like you.
Looks like we finally found our man.
I understand. I feel bad that I've considered being on the trip, but I feel terrible for making you feel this. I feel less important.
Well, hello there. I wondered if that might have been you and your friend, Adel.
I understand why it feels bad, and I should have thought about how this might go. I said it.
You're a sight for sore eyes. Thank you both for saving me.
So you were the one who made those poisoned arrowheads?
That's correct. It's something I looked into while I was being held captive. I'd love to fill you in on the situation, but my companion is still in trouble. I'd appreciate it if you could go and help him. He stayed back on the summit in order to give me a chance to escape. No time to explain right now. You should hurry.
Great. We can talk later. Let's get going.
In hindsight, that comment from him was probably a mistake. He doesn't ask me. Consider me if he asked me those questions, I said no. And then instead of considering me in Japan, that would be a different conversation. I had to reject him that way. So, it's a conversation. Vegetarian restaurant here. I try to make my vegetarian as small as possible.
How's that? Mana!
It's real cheese in restaurants. Having another veg option. I believe all people understand what you do. I also just told him it was was having a steak dinner from Japan. I choose to eat meat on that trip. I know that's a thing. I think it's best for me to just not eat meat on that trip. Thanks for all the feedback. Okay, here's what happened. This is really long. Big arguments. And about 5 days before I left, he told me he had to take all the arguments. It's exhausting. I don't take responsibility for the things I'm doing wrong, and all I do is focus on what he's doing wrong. I don't talk enough about the things that I need to fix about myself. I don't talk enough about insecurity. I don't take enough responsibility for the things I do. This is fine. Although one context is one
Let's catch our breath.
He went into solution mode and was emotionless. It wasn't what I needed. That was his first since he seemed determined to get to the bottom. The discussion. First, he told me he doesn't think I actually feel that way. And second, there was no He asked me how I felt. I told him the first thing I shared.
One more of each.
I tell him how I feel, and then he replies with, I don't think you feel that way. This isn't the first time this happened. Other times when he's asked me how I feel or what I think about something, he's told me, I don't believe you. I don't think you feel that way. It doesn't make sense to feel that way. I think you feel like that because of X, Y, Z, not because of
You've already started fighting!
The second thing I shared is that I would like him to know. So analyzing the situation and to say something empathetically. Okay, that sucks, you feel so lonely. Go straight to hear that. What's going on? I told him that we should have a solution to the discussion, and that helped. And I also needed some empathy. He got quiet and his body language changed. I asked him if he's upset. He promptly replied, yeah, I'm upset. I asked why, and he said because I'm only focusing on the things he did wrong. He tried so hard to handle the situation well, everything else right, but all I did was I reminded him he did other things right, and I referenced back to other conversations where he has shared agreements with me and I haven't given him political vote. He wanted more empathy for example, he's going to look down and tell me what I'm not doing right. This conversation kind of ended at me. I looked at him again a week or so later and he said sorry.
Mona!
That's fine by me. This week, he doesn't care this time. I feel like he gets excited to make a plan. Then he tries to make a shape plan. Besides just taking out
Meddlesome gnat! How long do you intend to keep up this futile resistance?
Sorry, but I'm just a bit part, so I don't get to close out the scene. But no need to worry. Look, the leads have finally arrived.
What pointless dribble are you spouting now? A red-haired boy and a blonde girl? The ones from the report.
Hey there, Adol. Karja. I was starting to wonder if you'd ever show up. Surprised? Let's just say life's been a bit crazy for me lately. Sorry to dump this on you, but you'll have to take over here.
Adol and Karja, the Mana users that injured Lady Ura. I fretted over what punishment I would receive for letting the prisoners escape. But now, it seems my luck is finally starting to turn around. Come, I'll personally deliver your heads to Lady Ura.
Be careful, brother! This one seems way more capable than the others!
Bravo! You two are really something.
I'd say the same about you, honestly. You were doing pretty well to hold your own against a Grieger like that.
That's high praise coming from the famous pirate princess herself. I'm honored.
Hey, great!
I'm not sure how he would have received that.
Dr. Flair.
Maybe well, maybe not.
Thank
He got really
goodness.
upset.
Looks like
I
we
tried
both
to
made
explain
it through
why
in
I felt
one piece.
unconsidered, and it
See?
his body
I told you Adol and the others would show up just in the nick of time.
So they did. Your intuition was spot on, son.
Told him not to interrupt me when I was trying to explain my feelings.
This isn't making much sense to me, but there's no point standing around on this island. We'll hear the rest of your story after we get you back to the
I thought to
Sondras.
myself, not again. Not this time. Stand up for yourself and make sure you get to share your feelings. He got
I was
upset
captured
that I
almost
assumed he was
immediately
going to
after
get defensive,
Cognac
and
was
he got upset
attacked.
I wouldn't let him interrupt me. He said he did consider me. His plan to
When
leave
they
with
found
me
out I
3
had medical
confirmed.
knowledge,
And if I
they
just let
allowed
him
me to
interrupt
stay as a
this
human
big fight
aboard the
wouldn't
Earth's
happen.
ship.
He
It
said my
seems
feelings
she
were
wanted me to
appropriate
develop
because they were
drugs
based
she
on
could
an
use for
incorrect assumption
torture.
I made. The
So
assumption
that's
I
why
made
you
was
weren't
that he
turned,
considered
then.
me, and that his
And why you
plans
had a
were
poison that could even affect
viable.
Grieger.
He told me he just pulled that time frame out of the air and it wasn't firm. He didn't have dinner planned for his friend yet, so it was all flexible. When he explained himself, I thanked him for explaining it. I apologized for assuming he didn't consider me, and I told him
I may not look it, but this isn't the first time I've been in a pickle.
So he explained
As
to me
fate
what
would
what I
have
did
it,
wasn't
I
okay.
spotted your ship from
It
my
wasn't
cabin
okay
window
that
when you got into
I
that
assumed he
battle
didn't
over in
consider
the
me
Osmond
too.
Expanse.
I said,
Upon
I wish
learning
would
you
have
were
considered
out
me.
there, I knew that
I
as
called
long
out
as
his
I
body
stayed
language
alive,
at 4.
we'd meet
I
again
assumed he was
someday.
going to get defensive. Side note.
I can
Cindy
definitely
got
see
me
why you and
short
Adol
because
are friends.
it makes him feel off. So I have worked hard to not use that phrase with him. I failed this time. I explained that those were my feelings based on the information I had at the time, and even though they were based on wrong information. Yes.
A pile of sheer coincidences. That's how.
These plans aren't actually firm.
Once
Sorry
you'd all
you didn't feel
left,
considered.
I ended up surrounded in the old shipyard.
And I can say, okay.
Cruz
sorry
and
for
Rosa had
assuming.
been captured by that
I'd
point.
like to hang out until
I tried my best to fight back,
That
but
didn't work for him.
there's only so much you can do against enemies that can't die. Eventually, my last resort was to make a break for the harbor.
Also, over the
I
summer,
stowed away on a
something
Grieger
similar
ship
happened
there,
with the role
which
for
just so
Jesse.
happened to be the
He
same
said
one
something
Dr. Flair was being held
upset
on.
about it, and I
I lucked out and ran into him, after which he let me stay hidden in his cabin.
Then, a few days ago, we heard the Grieger saying the Sondras had arrived in the Senelia Basin. So as soon as the ship we were on made port at Fallen Island, we took the first chance we saw to make a run for it.
Unfortunately, they realized we were missing a lot sooner than we'd bargained for. So, we had no choice but to dash over to Calon Island and hole up here.
Definitely sounds like you've been through a lot.
That works for me.
No,
No way. When this happens.
That's not the part I want to hear about.
He explains his side.
I did want to hear about that too. That's not my point.
Oh, you're all here.
He said that I'm
Graham,
gaslighting
calm
him.
down a little,
It's like
will you?
deal to me.
I don't
It's
blame
worked
him
out,
for
and
being
then I
so
backed down.
surprised, though.
I tried to explain that
It
it's
is
always
hard to
healthy for
believe you were
someone to
capable
control
of all that
information
without
and
us
take
ever even
information
knowing.
into consideration and
What
change
is it
your
you're
approach.
hiding, Rafe?
It's healthy for me to hear him out
One
and
look,
say,
and I can tell you're
I
no
made an
different from
assumption
me.
and I shouldn't feel
We
bad
both
about
make
it.
a living by the blade.
Is that true, Rafe? Since when?
You told us you left town to go work in a mine, didn't you?
I said that, yes.
So was that a lie then?
Yep, every bit of it. I've actually been working as a mercenary. After leaving town, I ended up falling in with a mercenary band from Hispani.
A mercenary band?
And from Hispani?
What were you thinking? As far as the Romans are concerned, Hispania is just another hostile nation, the same as Denmark. If they found out you're working with these Spanish mercenaries, they'd execute you on the spot.
Why? Why do this? And why didn't you tell us?
Huh?
Was it really something I needed to share with the class? Bastard! Gren, you always had a real knack for pissing me off.
Stop it, you two!
I've still got more to say to this!
Shut it, Gren! We didn't save Rafe just so you could vent your personal issues. You two want to slap each other around? Do it on your own time. Rafe, since you're a mercenary, I won't mince words. You owe us for saving you. I want you to share whatever information you've uncovered.
No need to play hardball. I'm more than willing to cooperate.
That's right. There's a lot we need to tell them. Adolf, are you familiar with Raffos Island?
Raffos Island? The one the white whale was protecting?
That's the one. Apparently the white whale is under the Grieger's control too.
I thought he was acting strange. So that's what was going on.
And that's not all. The Grieger are building themselves a fort on Raffos Island.
They are?
Yes, and some of the people from Ilma village are being forced to help them do so. After they were all changed to Grieger, just like the people of Karnak.
That's so cruel. Hold on a minute. If they're fortifying their position like that, it's gonna make it nearly impossible for us to get all the way to the south.
That's right. The Marine Triangle and the Sonelia Basin. They keep those two locations blocked. And the Balta Sea Force's mobility is cut off completely. For real? What are we supposed to do then?
It sort of seems like our only choice would be to take down the fort on Raffos Island.
Is that even something we can manage?
The Undying Fleet in this area is split into 3 separate divisions that act independently from each other. One at Kalon Island, one at Fallen Island, and one at Raffos. If we attacked the fort and all 3 of them converged on it, that'd really gum up the works, wouldn't you say?
So then we'll have to wipe out each division individually before they have a chance to reassemble. Our first target will be the one here on Kalon Island. After that, we'll deal with the one on Fallen Island.
What about Raffos? They've got the white whale on their side, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something about him.
I met Kate while we were together. She was brilliant, but I never really understood. She seemed more concerned with persuading herself than I was. And she's usually telling me that she wants to go on a girls' trip. She had gone on a few excursions with her friends before, and I had always encouraged her to do so.
It's from
It wasn't
Elmer
strange
Village.
for her to do so now. She had been talking for a time about wanting to travel
Let
to
me read
America with her pals, and we lived in Brighton. We had developed this trust over
What
the
did they
years,
write?
so I didn't give it a second thought.
The
I
Grieger that were
therefore
occupying the
ensured she
village
had
have
everything
started
she
to
needed,
withdraw.
assisted her with packing,
Looks like they're
and drove her
planning
to
to
the
head for their
airport.
fort on
I
Raffos
recall her
Island.
final words before she departed.
So they've already
Thank you for
started.
being so supportive.
Things
She
are
added,
moving a bit
"Here,
faster than I'd hoped.
She sounded so sincere that
We'll
I
have to figure
dismissed
out
it
how
as her
to deal
simply
with the white
expressing
whale
gratitude,
later.
even though I
Right
found it a
now,
little
our
strange
top
that she would say
priority
that.
is to take
It's
out
not
the
like I've done
Undying Fleet
anything
at
really
Kalon
noteworthy.
and Fallen.
I remained up that night to make sure things went well by calling her when she landed. I kept myself occupied around the house, watching TV, keeping an eye on the time, and waited for her to text me to let me know that she had landed because her flight was expected to take roughly 9 hours. I called her to check in as soon as I noticed her flight had landed. The phone kept ringing, but nobody picked it up. I didn't give it much thought because I assumed she was exhausted and might have gone directly to her hotel and crashed. However, by the time morning arrived, I had still to hear from her. I began to have this nagging concern in the back of my mind. I thought perhaps she was simply busy or her phone was on quiet, so I tried calling again and then texted her a few times. However, I was officially freaking out after a couple more hours of radio silence. In the end, I gave her sister a call to check whether she had heard from her. Nothing. I was really beginning to freak out by this point. I even went so far as to call her friends, who were both hooked up to her, in the hopes that perhaps her phone had malfunctioned or she just hadn't had time to check in. However, since they weren't traveling with her, they were also perplexed when I contacted them. Back at home, they were enjoying coffee while seated 2 streets away. It dawned on me then that she wasn't traveling with pals, wasn't on a girls' trip, and hadn't gone anywhere with anyone. She simply vanished. It seemed as though my stomach had fallen through the floor as I sat there with the phone. I was unable to comprehend it. Why would she tell me such a lie? Why Why wouldn't she notify me before leaving? I attempted to persuade myself that it was an error of some sort, such as perhaps she had missed a flight that connected or that she had been unable to contact due to an emergency. But I knew in my heart that she had this plan. Her stating thank you for your support, and the entire girls' trip scenario were all components of whatever she had been imagining. I was at a loss for what to do. I couldn't wake up, as if I were living in a nightmare. I didn't marry this woman. I didn't even recognize this person. The coldness, the way she had stopped discussing our future, and those small digs about my appearance and health all began to make sense. I simply hadn't noticed, or perhaps I hadn't wanted to see that she had been drifting away for a while. I just sat there looking at my phone that night, hoping for a call, a text, or anything else. However, nothing materialized, and I knew in my heart that it wouldn't. I remember lying there and staring at the ceiling when I woke up the following morning, thinking that it was all just a bad dream. But when she saw that her side of the bed was empty, reality set in. In fact, she had gone. She gathered her belongings and disappeared. The assurances I had given myself the previous evening, that perhaps she was late or her phone had died, were no longer valid. She had clearly planned this and wanted to go. I was completely in denial for the first few days. I would keep ringing her phone in the hopes of hearing her voice and perhaps receiving an explanation. I even left messages. I kept leaving them in the hopes that she would understand, even though I was half the time at a loss for words. However, I only received quiet, which strangely made things worse. I felt as like I had been a stranger to her the entire time and had been left to work it out on my own, without any clues of her fault. Her family was initially just as surprised as I was. They hadn't heard from her, and her mother didn't know anything about her plans. In the end, I visited her more times than I could remember and where to speak with her mother and get answers. They must have felt sorry for me. I bring myself to cook. Mom would prepare meals for me and occasionally let me stay. She would sit there while I talked about all the tiny things that didn't make sense, attempting to figure out how my life had suddenly become so complicated. And to be honest, there were times when I was too numb to speak and just sat there in silence. I oscillated between rage, despair, and remorse. I would constantly ask myself what went wrong. Was there a sign I missed? Was I not paying enough attention to her? On certain days, I would review all of our arguments and conversations in an attempt to determine who caused her to leave. I kept thinking about what I could have done better and how I could have preserved our marriage. I realize this seems dramatic, but I was completely fixated on finding the solution, as if it would somehow make everything better. I hardly slept or ate, and my work also began to suffer. People would notice and inquire about my well-being, to which I would just respond that I was occupied with personal matters. Declaring aloud that my wife had abandoned me without saying a word was embarrassing. I eventually told a few close friends, and they tried their best to divert my attention by bringing me out to hang out and encouraging me to move on. However, I would still worry about her even when I was with them, wondering where she was and why I wasn't enough to keep her. The incessant inquiries from strangers, neighbors, relatives, acquaintances, and even former co-workers who had heard I was married, were among the worst aspects. How's married life treating you? And how's your wife? Are the questions they would pose. It was always like pulling off a new scab. I would just smile and tell them that everything was good because I lacked the courage to tell them that she had left. But every time I uttered that lie, it seemed more weighty. The only thing that worked in the end was therapy. Although I had never gone before, I realized I couldn't manage it alone after a few months of hardly functioning. I thus located a therapist and began attending once a week. It was beneficial to speak with a neutral person who was unfamiliar with her.
We're going at a real nice clip.
I would express my rage, betrayal, and the void she had left in my life.
Drop anchor!
I would
We're
talk
going
endlessly about
ashore!
the restless evenings and how I would lie awake repeatedly reliving everything. The therapist assisted me in realizing that she chose to leave, and it was her decision, not mine, and that there was no magical moment that would have kept her here. It was a difficult pill to take. I thought for a long time that I was flawed in some manner, which was why she had left me, but gradually I began to view things differently. I chose to overlook her long-standing coldness and distance, assuming that things would improve on their own. I persuaded myself that I could maintain my composure and that our marriage could be saved by my own efforts alone. The realization that it wasn't her. As time passed, I began to restore my life in tiny increments. It wasn't until she departed that I realized how much I had lost in the marriage. I had always been the one who tried his hardest to make sure and that our moment was coming. However, I had a lot of free time now and was unsure of how to spend it. I therefore began resuming old pastimes that I had forgotten about. I tried cooking new meals, went to the gym, and started reading literature I had been putting off. Eventually, the work also improved. As I began to feel more like myself, I started to put more effort into my work. But at first I was just going through the motions and barely keeping up with my work. I felt like I still had control over something in my life. Things that gave me a sense of accomplishment. Although I have always been skilled at what I did, now the extra hours, the concentration. I got a promotion as a result of it, something I never would have achieved if I had been moping about my problems. Even yet, there were painful days. A picture, an old movie ticket stub, or other small items that brought back memories I tried to ignore.
Tackle it together!
Looking at them, I was left in her actions. Whether she ever considered me, and whether she ever felt bad about what she had done. But gradually, kindly and physically, I was able to let her quickly and chronically. Additionally, I got back in touch with people I hadn't seen much of since getting married. I keep getting involved in having someone by my side who wasn't involved in the mess. In hindsight, I saw that I invested far too much of myself in that relationship. I felt like I had lost a significant portion of who I was when she departed. But I was rediscovering who I was, piece by piece. Although it wasn't quick or simple, I was making progress. I was finally able to see someone who wasn't defined by her past actions when I looked in the mirror at the conclusion of that year. I wasn't just the man whose wife had abandoned me. I had survived, and I was stronger now. I felt as like I could truly live my life without her shadow looming over me for the first 7 years. To be honest, I took pride in that.
You're those folks who were staying at the inn.
After all that
You're Rose's dad, right? First things first, we need to get you somewhere safe.
My work was going really well. My friends kept me occupied, and I had my routine down.
Good timing.
Even my daily thoughts about her.
Glad to see you're okay, Mr.
Luceri. We had flashbacks to
You're here as well?
It wasn't as frequent as it used to be.
It's been so long.
Adolf, you and Karja still have things to do, yeah? I can take Mr. Luceri back to the Sandras with
Saturday morning.
Perfect. That'd be a big help.
By the way, was he the only puppet Grieger here?
Simply stopped functioning. Though perhaps a touch worn down, she still had her
Got
typical
it.
appearance. She
You
looked
two be
into me.
careful.
She genuinely believed that I would be delighted to see her. And yes, it really got to me because I had assumed I was no longer interested. As it happens, meeting her again evoked many feelings I had previously suppressed. At first, I just stood there and stared without saying anything. She asked, "Can I come in?" With no embarrassment after grinning at me as if nothing had happened. The nerve. Really, she just shows up here as if I should be welcoming her back with open arms after everything she's done. However, I maintained my composure and assured her, "No, you can stay there and explain." I didn't want her in my home, bringing all the craziness back into the one area I'd created for her. Despite her somewhat disoriented appearance, she remained in her spot and began telling her story. "I know this might come as a shock, but I wanted to come back and explain everything," she said. She even had a hopeful expression on her face, as though she really thought I would be willing to listen to her. I was tempted to just close the door and laugh in her face, but I was too intrigued. I was curious about the reason behind her disappearance and what she could come up with. She continued by explaining that she had inherited me, and she had come to the realization that she had lost the greatest thing that had ever occurred to me. Not my words, but hers. She claimed to have gone and to have finally realized what was important in life after Henry's jungle. After years of ignoring me, it seemed that what mattered most was unexpectedly knocking on my door. "This is our second chance," she remarked, glancing down at the infant. What I was hearing about our second chance was unbelievable. It sounded like we would just pick up where we left off, with this child acting as some sort of miraculous reset button. I was furious on the inside, but I attempted to maintain a neutral appearance. She continued by claiming she wanted us to be a family once more, and that although she had made a horrible mistake, we could now start over as just the three of us. The one question that has been bothering me ever since she arrived was finally asked, "What made you go?" I tried to speak as steadily as I could, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could contain myself. Now that she was here, I needed to hear it from her since I had tortured myself with all the possibilities for years in an attempt to comprehend. After hesitating and glancing down at her feet as if embarrassed, she finally told me the truth, or at least what I thought it was. She acknowledged that she left because she wanted a child and had found someone who could provide one for her because I couldn't. She honestly stated it as if it were insignificant, as though she hadn't destroyed my life, and as though I should just nod and take it as gospel. She clarified that although the man she had left didn't stay, she had already given birth and knew she wanted me back by that point. As simple as that. Easy. I paused to think as to what she was saying. Here she was confessing that she had left me, fled with a man, and had his child, and now expecting me to accept it, as if I would simply forgive and move on. You went, met someone else, and had his baby, and now you think you can return and act as if nothing happened? I asked her. She broke down in tears and apologized for her terrible error. However, I was completely unmoved by that. She kept talking about how she knew we were meant to be together and that I was the person she really loved. And to be honest, maintaining a straight face was difficult. She sounded so naive that I was shocked. Her expression was one of desperation, not love, and I could see it. She then attempted to guilt-trip me by talking endlessly about how difficult it had been for her to be a single mother. In fact, she attempted to paint herself as the victim in all of this, acting as though her decisions hadn't brought her to this point. She assured me she was prepared to work things out this time and that she wanted my help. I couldn't stop wondering, who does she think I am? I listened to it all as I stood there, but I had had enough. I told her bluntly, you have to live with the decision you made a long time ago. Here, there is no second chance. She appeared astonished, as if she had never even imagined that I would say no. As if she truly believed she could simply saunter back into my life because it would suit her. She became irate just when I thought she would finally understand and depart. She became angry with me, accusing me of selfishness and demanding that I give her another chance to make amends. She said that she could have taken half of everything and divorced me at that time if she had so desired. She even had the audacity to remark that the house should still belong to her. I felt a feeling of relief as I realized that I was now seeing her for who she truly was, as if her true colors were being revealed in front of me. I didn't raise my voice or quarrel with her. We're done, I simply remarked, glancing at her. You finally have the life you've always desired.
Hello. Welcome.
I no longer have responsibility for this. I cut off any last statements she might have had by closing the door in her face. I was struck with a peculiar sense of serenity as I stood there and heard her muffled screaming coming from the other side of the door. She might shout, knock, weep, anything. However, I knew I would never allow her to return. The woman I had married and loved was no longer with me. This stranger, who believed she could pick up the pieces whenever it was convenient for her, took her position. Feeling lighter than I have in years, I moved away from the door and took a seat. I believed that was it after I shut the door behind her. I assumed she would understand and simply walk away. Instead, though, she began pounding on the door and shouting various things. The nerve seemed unbelievable to me. She had the gall to stand there and insist that I listen to her while I was in the one place that was truly mine, the only place I had been able to recover from the disaster she had left me in. I initially considered ignoring it and letting her scream till she became weary. But then I started to wonder. I was curious to know what kinds of excuses she would offer this time. In order to let her know that I was paying attention, I slightly opened the door, but not enough to let her in. She appeared to be astonished that I hadn't given her the response she desired, as if she had just been slapped across the face. As if we were having a typical argument and not coping with her abandonment, she began a lengthy monologue in which she expressed her willingness to forgive me for closing the door on her and her want to start over. She went on and on about how if we both worked hard, we could work things out. I was unable to contain my laughter at that moment. I actually laughed because this woman had more nerve than I had ever seen. When I did that, she appeared enraged, as if I should feel guilty for not paying attention. But I informed her. Tossed everything away while you had the chance. I won't just act as though nothing occurred just because you wanted to. She began repeating things like, you don't understand how hard it was for me. As her cheeks flushed. By talking about how she had been so lost after leaving and how she had discovered her error in fixing. However, I didn't believe her. I informed her that she had taken the decision to leave. She had plotted it, made up a falsehood about it, and then carried it out. Now her remorse meant nothing. She lost her temper at that point. Her entire tone shifted. She stopped the melancholy, repentant act and began to attack me, accusing me of unfairness and lacking the grace to give her another chance. In fact, she dared to declare, I could have taken everything from you back then if I'd wanted to. I could have stolen half of your possessions. I simply stood in awe. This woman, who had abandoned me without saying anything, now believed she should be compensated in some way for not attempting to defraud me, as if she should be commended for not being as awful as she could have been. I said to her, what the heck? Should I feel thankful that you simply left me without taking anything with you? She looked at me with a mixture of fury and another emotion on her face, possibly desperation or remorse, but to be honest, I didn't give a damn by then. I had just finished. That was where all the years I had spent questioning myself, feeling bad, and wondering if I was somehow to blame for her leaving then. I felt as though the burden I had been bearing was finally lifted when I saw her for who she truly was. But she wasn't finished. She began to pace my porch while complaining that I would regret not giving her another chance and that I would never find someone like her. In fact, by refusing to take her back, she attempted to make me feel as though I was the one who was missing out. It was strange. As if I should be pleading with her instead. Here she was, the one who ruined everything we owned. She became more louder and continued to complain about how I had forced her to leave in the first place when she realized I wasn't going to back down. She said that none of this would have occurred if I had been more understanding about the entire kid situation. Her reasoning seemed to indicate that I had failed her as a husband because I couldn't conceive, which somehow excused her from leaving to have a kid with someone else. The mental acrobatics were amazing. To be honest, I was shocked that she was attempting to blame me for her decisions. I bluntly told her, look, you could have told me the truth if you really wanted a child. When you were making plans to go, you didn't need to lie to me and act like nothing was wrong. She merely gazed at me as if I had smacked her, with nothing to say in response. However, I prevented her from speaking. I continued by telling her, you have to live with the decision you made on your own. I have no problem with that. She made one final attempt, returning to her dejected expression, and urged me to consider the boy and how I was being unjust by ignoring him. As if I were the bad guy, she really used the child, who was in her arms, to guilt trip me. However, I wasn't buying into it. I don't know that child, I informed her. I'm not involved with him. You are not mine, and neither is he. That was the end of it. I could see her coming to terms with it at last. She was aware that I would never change my mind and that I would never allow her to return to my life. I could see the rage waning and being replaced by something else, either genuine regret or simply exasperation. However, I didn't care. She had attempted to walk all over me and expected me to smile and give her credit, but now she was simply a stranger. For a few more seconds, she stood there as if she was waiting for me to decide to call her back. I didn't say anything else though. When it finally hit her that I meant every word, I just stood there and watched her expression. I closed the door without giving it another glance. I didn't wait for her to hit me again this time. In my heart, I knew that I had already made up my mind and that there was no turning back. I don't know, but I left the door with the impression that I had finally prevailed. It was over, even though she had spent so much time hoping to return and use manipulation to get back into my life. I had freedom. Neither for her nor for us was there going to be another chance. She was now only a memory, one that I had at last relegated to the past. I felt like I could breathe again after all those years of suffering and shame. And what do you know, it was pleasant. I felt a peculiar calmness come over me as soon as I shut the door behind her. I no longer felt sad, furious, or even astonished. It was as though all of the remorse, guilt, and incessant wondering that I had felt for her over the years simply disappeared. I was prepared to move on since I had at last found the closure I didn't realize I needed. This time, it was truly over. Naturally, though, things didn't go as well as I had intended. Her mother texted me a few days later. She apologized, stating she was embarrassed by her daughter's handling of the situation and that she had attempted to reason with her. Clearly it had failed. Her mother was a decent individual. She had been of great assistance to me since her daughter left, and I could see that she was truly distressed by the situation. Although I had nothing against her, I didn't want to be dragged back into that situation. I simply said, "Thanks for checking in," and that was my only response. I wasn't going to waste time justifying my choice, and I wasn't going to offer her mother any more information. She spoke was over because she understood. I learned tidbits over the course of the following few weeks via social media and mutual connections. She had apparently returned to living with her parents, and things weren't going well. The father of the child, the man she had left before, had nothing to do with it. He had bailed out totally. She was left to figure things out on her own because, apparently, he hadn't committed to the long term. Few individuals were eager to help because she had essentially burned every bridge. Her former friends, who had supported me when she first vanished, didn't feel sorry for her. They weren't eager to get drawn back into her dramas because they had all moved on. You can't hold them responsible. Her parents weren't too happy either. They didn't have enough money to sustain her and the child. I was aware of this since her father called me shortly after her mother texted me. Curiosity overcame me, and I nearly didn't respond. He mentioned that they were having financial difficulties and implied that perhaps I could be of some assistance. He was courteous but straightforward. He He continued talking about the infant and how difficult things were for them, saying, "We know you cared about her once." But I couldn't help but giggle a little. Not aloud, but you get the idea. When he began to explain that his daughter only needed a little help to get back on her feet. I politely informed him that his daughter made her own decisions and that I was neither in a position nor in a willing frame of mind to assist. Since he didn't pursue it further, I believe he understood the message. Her pals, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, began contacting me the next thing I knew. Some attempted to use the guilt angle, claiming that she was going through a difficult moment and that made it hard to give her another chance. She even had the audacity to say that the child needed a father figure and I shouldn't allow her to present and stand in the way of my efforts to assist him. However, I refused to back down. I refused to allow anyone to make me feel guilty for making my own decision at last. I had given that woman all I had after years of feeling inadequate, and she had tossed it all away. Instead of relying on me to save her, she should at least take responsibility for her decision. The calls and messages gradually decreased in volume before ceasing completely. Everyone seemed to realize at last that I was serious, that I had moved on, and that I would not get ensnared again. That's when the true calm arrived. For the first time in years, my life seemed calm and normal. I had my friends, my job, and my routines. I had rebuilt my life on my own terms, so it wasn't a fancy, glamorous one, but it was mine. The irony is that I once again began to discover joy in the small things, which I had not given much thought to when I was married. I would read novels I had been meaning to read for years, cook my own food, and make walks. It felt good to be free, and understood that I could live my life as I pleased without anyone about other people's happiness or approval. For once, I felt as though I had gradually regained my life. I occasionally encountered someone who knew us both, and they would inquire, "Hey, what happened with her?" I would shift the topic and respond in a succinct, courteous manner. I simply didn't want to keep going back to a chapter that was so obviously over. It wasn't that I was concealing anything. I had finally mastered the skill of leaving from the past. When I last heard from her, things weren't going well. She was still jumping between her parents' house and friends' sofas after her welcome, and she was having trouble keeping a job. Every now and then, people I hardly spoke to would message me to say she was approaching everybody who would listen to seek for assistance. A few of them even implied that she hoped I might reconsider and decide to play father to her child after all. However, that was not going to occur. I had invested too much time and effort into regaining my life to ever consider taking that road once more. Simply because things didn't go as planned, I wasn't going to be her safety net or the person who picks up the pieces. Nothing was going to pull me back into that chapter. I was finished. Ultimately, I believe I received the necessary closure. She was now coping with the repercussions of her decisions. And me? It was the first time since the day she departed that I felt completely, truly free. I had had enough of her looming over my life. I was happy that I had moved on. Not in a grand theatrical sense, but quietly, contented. And what do you know? That was sufficient. I sincerely appreciate you staying until the very end. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe if you truly enjoy our videos. Enjoy your wonderful day. Now, on to the next story. Story 4. My parents pressured me to forgive my cheating fiancé, so I exposed my dad's affair, leaving my mom to leave us for 30 years. In July, I was to get married. When I returned home from a business trip 2 months ago, I discovered my ex-fiancé having an affair with the sister of my closest friend. I threw him out, called off the wedding, and threatened to throw away his belongings if he didn't show up to pick them all up. A few weeks later, I pawned the ring, sold or donated everything he gave me, and placed everything he left on the curb with a free sign. I blocked him everywhere. I called the police on him when he came hammering at my door after I had taken away his belongings. I contacted them once again after he showed up at my place of employment and made a scene. I also called the police on his family when they gathered in large numbers to argue his case. I didn't go all out.
Okay, I gotta do it in there.
I told her spouse that she was having an affair with my former partner.
Hone in!
She had returned to living with her parents after being evicted from the residence. I told the best friend made an effort to persuade her to give them both an opportunity to clarify. What? No. She had accused me of destroying her sister's relationship. Therefore, I also kicked her out. I don't want to be around dishonest people who don't care about the truth. Without a doubt, this instant Esther decided to let go of my parents. Perhaps that's why I was so hurt. I wrote a date.
Rage! Mana fire!
parents would reconcile the plan.
Shit, again, so put down on
Homie! Excluding him in this way. How could you report him to the police? How could you make his family listen? His parents deserve no such humiliation. They are decent folks. He's struggling right now. Everyone is concerned for him. Homie! No, they continue to bring it up despite my day's presence. As he does, I lost my temper and asked my father if he expected me to move. I questioned my mother about her experience.
How's that? Fly ball!
Sabotaging his secretary, which is why he was late coming home from work. Being prepared for a dirty weekend spent with a non-mom. Did they not understand that I have told one of their 4 children? Did they not wonder why they were
Fly
Really? In addition to congratulating them on the death of their last child, said I hope they're conceived their final moments. I left my date after that. Instead of kissing I ought to have saved him for a special evening. He drove me to the closest home to Michigan. And made sure I stayed home without anything. He messaged me the next day and checked on me and delivered over a large smile. A double cheeseburger. Although I hadn't heard from my parents, I didn't
a rare find!
I cooled down enough to feel regretted for leaving.
Mona!
Just what I said, but because I can still picture the expressions on their faces when I said my final goodbye. I damaged and devastated them, especially my mom. I adore my parents in spite of their flaws, and they are great. I feel a lot of remorse for breaking them and all my feelings. I didn't want to. Although I haven't read the middle part, I believe that something connection. My name is Larry, dying with my folks. When he invited me out that morning, I told him what I planned, and he asked me if he wanted to go. Serious and that it would likely make him feel a bit uneasy. He simply chuckled and offered that they feel it necessary. There would be drama in that restaurant. Edit 2. I have other folks in mind besides the one I came to with. My siblings are with me. They didn't interrupt me. Just a few days after I found out, my sister. I also had amazing friends who helped me move my ex's belongings to the girl. After my belongings, even find a person reasonable amount. I only brought them because my ex-best friend, etc. Because of their mission.
Cut the way!
Shall go as long as the surface went out. Comment. Dislike their parents' choices, even though considering the rules about how early years have their current actions, it makes perfect sense. How can they not be part of your life? What that will now my father will never abandon my father to take it for granted. My father has discretion to make them will never knowing that their needs and wants will always come before everyone else. They care about me. They should make me their thoughts. I don't think I should put my friend forward. Being content with that acknowledgement, experience, or in our lives. Comment. Is it possible that you can believe that when you grow in relations like these?
Nice breeze!
I understand why people feel like that. My sister was the only person I knew. When it came up, we were both intoxicated and high. Naturally, people would assume that I was okay to take towards him. How could they be supposed to know that I wasn't comfortable if no one asked? I can appreciate that. As of September 29, 2024, I haven't been here for a bit. Work and life have been hectic, so I haven't had time to update you. We apologize to everyone who kept contacting us. Better late than never, I reason. In summary, when my parents pushed me to forgive and make amends with my unfaithful ex, I became angry with them. At that moment, I told them some really tough and painful facts. Then I felt a great deal of shame. Which began to disappear. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who left a comment on my post. Even though I didn't publish for a while, giving comments from the majority of you did ease the burden. I made an effort to read every comment, even though my time was poor. I was able to recognize that what I said was extremely vital, even though it didn't remove the guilt I carried. We also appreciate everyone who chose to spend time and effort instead of posting on Facebook. Speaking with you,
There's nothing like the open sea. This takes me back a good 40 years. Don't get too carried away or you'll throw out your back again, you old coot. Those geezers sure are fired up, huh?
I'm worried, though. Is involving them in this plan really a good idea?
Well, the strategy is a sound one, at least. Those old guys are pretty cool in my book. I like their style. If somebody that cool is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
All right, everyone. We'll go over the plan for this joint operation with Ilmer Village one more time. The White Whale seems to have a habit of going after ships. So, we'll sail the Sandras through the area at top speed to lure him out.
Once he's spotted us, we'll lead him to a reef due west of Ralphos Island.
Aye. There, the villagers will use their fishing nets to trap the whale in the reef. Then, we make our way out of the reef and head straight for Ralphos Island.
And from there, we land and launch an attack on their fort, yeah?
This is the first time I've ever had to do something like this for real.
Well, I know I'm ready to kick some undying ass. That poison Dr. Flare whipped up will let the rest of us finally help out.
Adel and I will lead the charge. Once we're ashore, I want you to take the helm, Easer.
Understood.
Wraith, Gren, and Doki will make up the next wave after us. Your job will be to deal with any enemies that slip by me and Adel.
Got it. We'll also be escorting any rescued villagers from Ilmer back to the ship. I guess that's a fair price to pay for the old guy's help. Well, not like we wouldn't rescue the villagers either way.
Our ultimate goal is either to take Yurth out completely, or at least drive her out of these waters. We can do this. Right, Adel? Aye. Just you wait, Yurth. This time, we're gonna pay her back twofold for what happened at Karnak.
He loves her, and she loves him back. After making some adjustments, my oldest brother relocated her across the nation to live with him and his family.